In a distant kingdom in the palace of the Dragon Queen, an elder said that the emperor had died without telling them to whom he would pass the throne. One of the sons said the throne would go to him. His father loved him most when he was alive. But the second son decided he would not stand by and said the throne would be his. He saved their country during the war. But the third son was the sternest and bluntly told his brothers that the throne was his. He is the oldest. Arguments started between the brothers. Suddenly, Suchin came and told them to shut their mouths. The throne is his. The brothers got angry after his words and said that he is nothing and wants the throne for himself. He wants power, but he doesn't have it. He wants power, but he doesn't have it. Has he not woken up yet? Su knew in his heart that he had gone all the way as a useless prince. But he had gotten the system. How dare these scum steal the throne from him? The system immediately appeared and said there was nothing he could do here. With him, he could easily take the throne. The emperor's eldest son told Su that he was a court servant. He was born a scum. He only received some bloodline from his father through his mother. Why does he want to fight for the throne? The eldest son raised his hand and said that he could see that Su was eager to die. Su smiled and asked, "For what?" Undoubtedly, he relies on strength. Immediately, he pointed his fist at eldest son. Su ordered the system to get him out. But the system showed that it was updating. Let him try again later. Su realized that he was in a bad way because he had been beaten by the system. His eldest son punched him with a fist that sent him flying several meters away. The eldest son shouted that Su was insignificant. And why wouldn't he want to go to Chu and become their prisoner? Half a month later in the Chu Imperial Palace, Ninth Princess Chu Yenran asked her brother to come over and play with her. Su got very excited after saying that and said that a hostage with such privileges. In the same second, Su threw the things away from him, and with a joyful and excited face, he ran towards Yenran. Su shouted to the beauty that he was coming to her. Yenran replied that her brother was so impatient. Su realized at this moment that he was a noble man certainly protected by God. He did not expect to be a hostage in an enemy country and to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. But a week later it was different. Janran kicked him out the door and told him not to come here again. Su actually thought that when he got here he would be served by a beautiful woman. But this Nine Princess just isn't human. People said that this Su-chan was picked up by a Nine Princess who has fox blood ties, who collects yang and nourishes yin. And after 8 layers of the elemental realm to 3 layers of the elemental realm for 2 months. And now he wouldn't be able to defeat them. And they also heard that this little brat still wants to fight for the throne of the dragon country. I wonder where he gets his courage from. Su has come a long way and coming home saying that the stupid system has made him so pathetic. He must get revenge. The system appeared and said that the system update is finished. Now everything will start up. Su got excited and asked, "Did the system finally update?" The system tells the guy he did a good job, and it congratulates him on completing the initial survival mission. And for doing such a good job, the guy will get 2 skill points. Su got upset and said that he spent so much effort and only got 2 skill points. Let the stupid system get out of his sight immediately. He doesn't have to worry about his shitty skill points. The system said skill points are omnipotent. He can't increase his skill level at will. And 1 skill point could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. Su asked in surprise, 10,000 coins? Su thought that 2 skill points doesn't mean he can exchange 20,000 gold coins. If he exchanges 20,000 gold coins for a bunch of great pills. When the time came, Nine the princess would kneel down and beg him for mercy. He imagined Janran calling him my lord and telling him he was adorable and she loved it so much. The system told the guy that it congratulated him for launching a beginner's benefit worth 1 skill point for entering the lucky lottery. Su asked, "Is this a good thing?" Su took a closer look at the wheel and saw that the chance was very small and got angry and said to the system. Su starts yelling that 1 skill point can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. And the system offers him a roulette game with a low chance of winning. He wants him dead. The system asked Su if he was sure he didn't want to do it. The guy replied that even if he Su-chun would starve to death or jump from the city gate. There's no way he's not spending a skill point to try his luck at the damn lottery. And then the system popped up and said it congratulated the guy. A real warning went off. The big lottery on the forgiveness table was replaced by a mandatory execution. And the skill point cost goes from 1 skill point to 2 skill points. The system rejoiced and said that now it's rule time and he has no choice. Su got really angry and started swearing at the system, and grabbing him by the neck said he was going to kill him now. The system was screaming that how dare the guy hit him? Either he'd have a fish or the net would break. And suddenly a yellow light appeared and the system said congratulations to the host. He had won the initial prize with a small percentage chance, and he won his 1 million skill points. But Su didn't care, he was beating up the system for wanting to cheat him. But suddenly it showed that he had 1 million skill points. Su asked with surprise in his eyes, "What?" The system itself had not expected it either and asked, what was even possible? Su couldn't help himself and started yelling that he had 1 million skill points. He is the luckiest man alive. He had a small chance of winning. The system was asking how could this happen? How can he be given assignments after this? Su said that with so many skill points, he didn't have to worry about assignments now. He seemed to have remembered something that needed to be finished. The system sees the look in the guy's eyes and asks him what he wants, and he warns him that the system is in front of him. Su replied that the system had been around his neck for a very long time. Now it was his turn to enjoy his ruin, but the system immediately refused such an offer. Su did not accept it and began to beat him up. After such a battle, system said he felt like dirt, but Su said he felt good. He's finally vested. The guy told the system not to worry. Since he's with him, he'll be responsible for him until the end. The system got very frustrated and cried, saying that Su knows how unhappy he is with having such a master. Su said no need to cry like a girl. Let him spend 1 million skill points. The system started watching the guy's actions and wondered. Su asked him how things were going. Su looked at his stats and asked the system, did he stab him in the eye? The system said no, and he thinks the guy better watch his life. I mean, he won't even lead for 6 months. Su asked in surprise, did he have 6 months left? And it turned out that he had been squeezed out by that fox. The system said he had a way to get his time back if he gave him all his points back. Su waved his hand at him and told him to let the system go away. Let it not even think about his glasses. The system got very angry and asked, would he really be the most failed system in history? Su said that now there was a more important thing, improving skills one by one, and shouted for the system to improve skills to the last level. The system immediately chimed in and said that it congratulated the master for breaking through to the 4th layer of the Yuan realm. Su started laughing hard and said that all the skills were at the last level, and now we need to put them to the test. Su immediately used his strength and broke his house. When he went outside, he started shouting that this was the strength of the 10th level of the Yuan realm, and now no one would be able to say he was trash. The system at this point became very frightened and covered its eyes with its hands. Suddenly a girl with great strength appeared in front of him and said Su is trash. He destroyed the barn and now he wants to rebel? Su immediately recognized that it was Chu Yenron's personal guard, Lin Wutong, and replied to the girl that she was just in time. Su told Lin that last time she almost killed him several times. It was time to settle the score. Lin asked Su how dare he talk to her like that. Does he wish to die today? And attacking the guy, she was saying that anyway for the 9th princess, he was now useless and she would help her. Su asked in a surprised voice, she deserves it too. She is trash at the 3rd Yuan layer. Does she really want to fight the 9th Yuan layer? And does she think she will die a quick death? Lin replied to let the guy die for her. Su let the dragon out of his body and said that only she would die here, slashing at Lin with her fist. She immediately felt her arm begin to break from such a strong blow. Lin was badly wounded and asked the guy, how did the trash like him become so strong? Su asked, does she wish to know? Well then he won't tell her. And then with that question, that's what she would die with. Su used his fire fist and aimed at Lin's head. The girl shouted at this moment that don't. Su beat her up and said that was all Lin Wudong could do. And starting today, he's going to take action. Suddenly the system popped up and showed him a new task. Su was surprised to read it and asked, is he supposed to propose to this fox? Su grabbed the system and asked, is he trying to kill him? This Chu Yenran took his life with only half a year left, and he wants him to propose to her and let him not talk about the fact that they only give 5 points for this task. The system responded to make him calm down. It's his job as the system. He can't control it, and yet he suggests he take this assignment. Su asked why. The system replied to let him think for himself. He was so unhappy because of this Chu Yenran, and now that he has begun to act, he can subdue her. She will serve him. Doesn't he want to experience it? Su replied that what the system said made sense. Su thought and remembered that she took a lot of energy from him. He wants her back. The system said it was right. Then have the guy hurry up and accept this assignment. Su replied that it was indeed, and even if he has 1,000,000 skill points, he's still at the mercy of the system, and fighting the system is futile. Su punched the system and sent him away. Is he still trying to screw him over? The system replied that he was doing it for his own good. Doesn't he want to get Chu Yenran? Su replied that naturally he wanted to get Yenran, but he has 1,000,000 skill points, and he's not going to take on his bullshit assignment. And don't even think about manipulating him. The system was really upset that he failed again. Why is this guy so smart? Su said that even the system didn't stop him. Who could ever stop him? And starting today, people will prevent people from killing people. The Buddha blocks and kills the Buddha. But suddenly, all of a sudden, he is suddenly surrounded and told that he is so brave. Su was frightened when he saw them, for they were the masters of the Imperial Guard. The guy asked Su how dare he kill Lin Wutran. Su asked, what if he said she committed suicide, would they believe it? The guy immediately pulled out his knives and replied to Su that he thought they were idiots, and ordered his men to kill him. The soldiers immediately pounced on him and told the commander that they were about to execute the order. Su decided he'd better get away and abruptly did a somersault to dodge the attacks and began to run away. The warriors were surprised and said he was so fast. Where did this trash get such power? We must tell the 9th princess that there must be some mystery in it. The warriors immediately ran after him, and the chief commanded that they needed to catch up with him. Su hid in the Danshin temple and said that they wished to catch up with him. After all, he is at the 10th layer. Even people like them are unable to catch up with him. The system asked, didn't he say that people would prevent people killing people and Buddha blocking and killing Buddha? Su answered him to shut his mouth. He calls it a strategic retreat. But upon opening the door, he felt that there was such a strong smell of medicine in here. Is this the residence of an alchemist? But he didn't backpedal and said they would go in and take a look. But going in deeper, he was surprised and said there were so many healing herbs, and it's very surprising. He's only 6 months away from dying. If he can come up with a cure, he'll make up for his life. Su asked the system, medicine is considered a life skill, right? How could he get that skill? The system asked him that now he was asking him for help. He could tell him, but his previous actions had seriously traumatized his soul, and he needs 1,000,000 skill points to compensate mentally. Su punched him with his fist and replied that he was cheating him out of skill points. The system told Su that he couldn't study medicine without him. The guy replied that there must be a pharmacist in this room. Su walked on and asked if there was a pharmacist here, why isn't there even a ghost? But all of a sudden someone suddenly appeared behind him and asked Su, who is he talking about here? The boy fell down in fear and shouted. Su looked carefully and said that this old man was a person, a living person, turned out to be a human being, which shocked him. But his appearance is no different from that of a ghost. The old man replied to the younger man that he was so brave for daring to talk to the old man like that. The old man asked the guy, does he know who is standing in front of him? The old man is the #1 alchemist in Chu country. His name is Huang Zhan. Su heard his name asked with a surprised voice. Huang Zhan? Huang asked him, is he puzzled by the old man's name? Su replied that he had never heard of it. Huang asked in surprise, what? Is he mocking him or something? Su replied that he really didn't know him. Moreover, if he was really an alchemist alone in the Chu country, why was he locked up here? Who from the land of Chu could lock up the old man? The old man locked himself up because he failed to perfect medicine, mistakenly turning the pill of life into a pill of despair. This mistake led to the death of the first emperor. Because of his guilt, he locked himself in here. Su said to Huang that, however, he is clearly running away from reality. This is wrong. Lu Xian once said that true warriors dare to face the harsh life, dare to face the dripping blood. Wan replied that he did not think the younger one would dare to teach the old man a lesson. And does the boy not wish to study medicine? And let him worship him as a teacher. Su interjected, worship him as a teacher? He thought immediately he has 1,000,000 skill points. If one learns the basics of medicine, one can directly improve it with skill points. There is no need for a teacher. Huang said that he didn't have long. As long as the guy was an apprentice, he would teach him the life-refining skill. Lan would make him the #1 alchemist in the Chu country. Su apologized to the elder and said, could he please lend him a book on beginning to perfect medicine purification? Let him try it out first and then decide whether to worship him as a teacher. He doesn't really want to learn from someone. Huna answered him with a question. He doesn't think he can learn medicine on his own. Su asked, what if he is an incomparable genius? Huang immediately took out a book and said that medicine technique is profound and incomprehensible. Without a teacher, it is impossible to understand it. And here is the book. Let him accept it. Su read the title and asked in surprise. The overbearing president had fallen in love with him? What kind of book is this? Wan was also very surprised and apologized to him, saying that here was the book. Su picked up the book and in his mind, he knew that he would show Huang the power of 1,000,000 skill points. The system immediately popped up and said that it congratulated Su on learning the life skill medicine. He also became a rookie alchemist. Su asked, is that it? He asked the system, didn't he say he couldn't study medicine without it? Turns out his mouth is still nasty. The system said this guy is too lucky. When he falls asleep, they'll even give him a pillow. And don't let him talk to him, he wants to be quiet. Su said to let the system go and think about the fat tiger, and he needs peace. Stop talking to him, he's going to improve. Raise the medicine skill to the last level. After opening the book, the system began to congratulate him on getting an advanced beginner level. And then came the master level. Wan looked at him and saw that he was turning pages. He probably couldn't understand. By now, he should understand the depth of medicine. Su has seen his new accomplishments, that he has become a great master. Wan asked the boy how things were going. Now he understands the difficulty of studying medicine. Su said to the older man that he had studied it. Huang replied that it didn't matter if he didn't understand anything, although it is a book of introduction to medicine, but the content is complicated. He only learned a little after 5 years of study. And then Wan was greatly surprised and asked him what he had said. Had he really studied everything? Su replied that it was too easy. There is no complexity at all. Wan told the guy that he didn't want to follow the old man as a teacher. Just let him say it. He turned the pages and said he studied it. It's disrespectful to medicine. Su said that he had really studied it. And if the elder doesn't believe it, maybe they'll have a competition? Wan was surprised and asked, jousting with him? Is he joking? And it looks like the guy not only despises medicine, but also dares to tease the old man. Does he want to die? Su shot down his hand and replied that the elderly have little time left to live. If he doesn't believe it, how about trying to refine the pill of life with him? Wan got angry and said that the guy was deliberately provoking the old man. Su took out a handkerchief and started wiping his face from the old man's drool, and said there was no need to blame him. Wan waved his hand and said that since the guy was so confident, the old man would show what he could do. In the same second, a large golden bowl, the height of a whole house, appeared in front of him. Wan said he locked himself up here for 78 years just to study the pill of life. And how dare the guy provoke the old man with the pill of life? Today the old man will show him his place in the world. After saying so loudly, the main doors suddenly opened and cold air rushed in. Su was surprised and asked, and then Yenran and her men came in and said that Su Chun is a real trash. He's good at hiding. Su was greatly surprised and realized immediately that things were not good for him. Yenran had come too quickly. The warrior told the 9th princess that his subordinate would help her defeat Su, and immediately jumped on him, yelling that he would finish him off. Su was ready to fight them too and shouted back for him to come over and do it. But Huang told the boy to leave it to the old man. Huang immediately used his huge palm of magic, and with a single blow, stuck the warrior into the ground. Everyone was surprised by this, and Su also saw that this old man was so strong. Yenran asked, who is this immortal, and how dare he kill this princess's men? And ordered his warriors to finish off this old immortal. But the warriors were very frightened, and one of them was telling the princess not to do it. Janran was surprised and asked him what he said. The warrior replied to Yenran that this was Master Huangzhan, the best alchemist of the Chu country. Also, he is the master of the heavenly realm. Yenran was greatly surprised and asked, Heaven realm? Su also just found out that this old man happens to be in the heavenly realm. But will he agree to be his teacher if Su asks him properly? Janran approached Wan and told him she was the 9th princess. This servant killed his guard after escaping. She wants to take him back to deal with it. Juan wouldn't listen to the end of it and told them to leave. And he who steps forward will die. Yen Ran became very angry after saying that, and in her head she knew that this old man couldn't afford it. And Su must come out himself. Yen Ran immediately told Su that if he didn't want to get hurt badly, let him come to her. And maybe he would keep his body. Su was surprised and realized that he had strong support from the heaven realm. And how dare Yen Ran threaten him? Su replied that she's a little girl and if she doesn't do this to him, she can't be calm, and he doesn't want to hear her screaming. Let her get out of here and decide for herself. Yen Ran was very angry and told the boy how dare he insult her. She would finish him off with 1,000 swords. Su believed in himself and replied for her to come over. As long as she walks over, he'll be standing there. And no need to frown, he's not her daddy. Hearing such strong insults against her, said she was so angry, and ordered her soldiers to kill him. Su immediately felt that the provocation had succeeded, and it was up to the old man to take it from there. Huang quickly approached the girl and slapped her, saying she was too noisy. Jan Ran didn't expect this turn of events, and even before she could dodge, she only felt a strong blow. Yen Ren asked the old man, how dare he hit her? She immediately ordered the warrior to go and ask the emperor to come to kill this old immortal man. Also, this trash Su Chun should also die. Su thought, why didn't this old man kill her? Now more fire must be kindled. Su turned to Yen Ran and Hu and asked, don't they want to kill him? Let them come to him, he really wants to die. And then Wan told the guy that he was very clever. He will use the pill of life to provoke the old man. If he can't match the old man, he doesn't need anyone else to do it. The old man will kill him himself. Su told the old man that it doesn't matter whether he participates or not. He just wants to see how strong the elder is in medicine. Wan replied to the guy to stop talking nonsense. The old man will show him what he can do. Wan said that old man is too stubborn. But it doesn't matter, he'll teach him to be a man. Huang applied his medicine techniques and pulled the energy of the plants from the large vessel of his energy. Su told the old man that it was no wonder why his life was useless, and he made a mistake on the first step. One calls the guy a lad and tells him to stop provoking the old man or he thinks he wouldn't dare kill him. Su asked the elder, this furnace was made of pristine sand, right? Huang asked the guy he could tell that after just a glance. Su replied that pristine sand is mined in the very cold lands of the far north, so must also include some of the cold flake iron. And flake iron has its own poison. Does Senior know that? Wan replied that he knew about it. But this poison cannot harm the body. Su said that it is useless for a healthy body, but people who need the pill of life are weakened to the limit and this poison is enough to take a person's life. Huang said he killed Brother Chu. 78 years he's been imprisoned here, but he never realized such a simple truth. With what face does he still live in this world? Better to smash him and die in that furnace. Su immediately shouted to the elder and told him to stop immediately. Doesn't he want to see what a real-life pill looks like? Huang replied, see the real one. Su smiled and showing his strength said, Su began to provoke fire in his body and raised his hands to the sky and said what he was about to create. Wan saw that the guy was now manufacturing pills in his hands. Turns out he's a master, and this kid turned out to be a great alchemist. He wanted to take on the master as an apprentice. At this time outside the temple, the emperor asked his daughter what happened. Yen Ran tearfully replied to her father that Huang was the teacher of that slave Su Chun. Let him see what they did to her. Yen Ren hugged her father and said that he should stand up for her. The emperor asked Su, is this that piece of garbage? The emperor understood that Master Huang Zhang's character was indeed strange. But why did he get involved with this trash? The emperor told his daughter not to worry. He would sort it out. Yen Ran replied that he is just a little slave. This Master Huang will bow down to his father. And Su is a dead man. Su produced pills on his hands and told the old man that everything was ready. Wan asked with surprise, the pill of life? Just like that? Could the master boy show the old man the pill of life? Su replied to the older man, throwing a pill in his mouth so he wouldn't worry. And when he's full, he'll give him a couple too. The emperor came and asked, what did Master Huang call this child master? That what he is an extremely precious pill of life. And then the system popped up and told the guy that he had increased his life extension by 10 years. Su saw this and thought it was very good. The system again said that it was recorded that the host's body had weakened and the kidneys had collapsed. causing most of the pill's power to dissipate, and the effect was automatically reduced to 10%. Su turned to the system and said, "What nonsense! Instead of 10 years, it's only 1 year. Is he cheating him?" The system replied that the system is honest and fair, and never cheats others. If he thinks the effect is too weak, just let him pay 990,000 skill points and he can experience 100% pill effect. Su immediately punched him from his fist and told him to shut up. After all, a year of life is a year of life. He can eat a few more pills, and he eats these pills like marmalade. He doesn't believe he can't regain his life. Juan turned to the master and asked if he could reward the old man. The emperor looked at them and saw that this child turned out to be an alchemist even better than Juan. This man must not be offended. He must work for him. The emperor said that he was ordering them to bring all the medicines from the royal storehouse. Janran asked her father, "Where is that slave? Why didn't he bring it?" The emperor slapped his daughter and said how dare she be so rude to Master Su. Yanran was surprised to hear that his father had actually called him Master Su. How could this have happened? The emperor has ordered his men to take the 9th princess to her chambers and lock her there. Without his approval, no one is to go near the princess's chambers. The servants immediately heeded the emperor's order and taking the princess by the armpits began to carry her away. Janran screamed at her father and asked why he was helping this cheap slave. And he must have been tricked. With each pill she gobbled down, its duration increased, but eventually she said it no longer had any effect. Su shouted to the system and said she is a creep. The effect of the life pill less than a year. Now it's useless. She was playing with him. The system said he had offered to help him before, but he didn't listen. Now he regrets it. But now it's too late until 990,000 skill points will give. Su got really angry again and pounced on the system with his fists and said that he was about to show her. The system backed itself into a corner and asked the guy if he could stop hitting it. She's a system too, after all. Su replied to the system to make her forget. 10 years would pass before he knew it. He had to think of other ways to restore his life. The emperor came to the temple and told his servants to bring the medicines soon. He told Master Su that they were rare medicines offered by different countries and let him take them. Su saw that this Chu Tianming sees the wind as a direction. He used to ignore him before, but now he sees that he has become an excellent alchemist. He decided to act. However, gifts must be paid for. Su told the emperor that since he was so kind, he couldn't refuse. He won't take these things for nothing. He will give them this pill of life. The emperor catches it and says it's a pill of exorbitant price that can extend 10 years of life. He's just giving it to him. The emperor thanked Master Su for such a precious gift. Su didn't want to leave the old man out either, so he gave him 1 pill as well. Su realized that the life pill no longer affected him. Holding it in his hands was a waste of time. It was better to find a use for it. Juan said that the biggest failure of his life is the pill of life. Today he finally sees the real pill of life. Su said that if it was all right, he would go back first. But suddenly Huang sat down on his knee and told the master to stop. Su turned around and asked the old man what was wrong. Huang replied, to be sure he accepts the old man as a disciple. And the master is here and the disciple worships him. Su asked the elder, what is he doing? Huang replied that the disciple had eyes but he couldn't see everything. The master was offended. Not only did the master not care, but he gave the disciple a pill of life to help the disciple. And the master is not arrogant, but just as patient and has a noble character. And the disciple was shocked. Su wondered if his charm still worked. He has been recognized. He also wants to behave with restraint, but his power won't allow it. The system heard everything and spat, saying that Su is shameless and doesn't even have a conscience. Juan addressed as master and told him to accept him as a disciple. Su replied that he would accept him as a disciple. If he performs well, he will teach him some medicine techniques. He realizes that if a Heaven Realm master is going to be his bodyguard, why not? Juan thanked the master for such a thing and said that he would follow the teacher's teachings. The emperor felt that this old thief had licked too much. The emperor bent down at his feet and said that there was still a vacancy for the position of national teacher in their Chu country. Looking at the entire Chu country, only Master Su is capable of taking on this important position. Let Master Su agree. Otherwise, the emperor won't stand up. The guy replied that he would take it for granted. However, he has a condition. He hopes to be able to read the secret techniques of the Chu country. The emperor replied that there was no problem. The emperor said that he would immediately order all the palace's technicians to be brought here. Su capitalized and thanked his majesty. The emperor replied that the teacher was too polite. Su understood that the emperor wanted to use him to strengthen his Chu country. He would just destroy it, let them just watch carefully. The emperor felt that Master Chu's appetite was considerable, and why not show all the techniques of the country? He didn't believe they could learn them all. Su received all the books and spoke to replace him. Chu Tianming sent even the heavenly technique great magic method Hongyuan. Everything is all here. The emperor must have thought he couldn't learn them all. He was too naive. And it's too easy for him. The system immediately came out and said that it congratulated Master for obtaining the Hongyuan great magic method. Su said that he had to learn everything. The system notified him that by spending 3,000 skill points, the Great Huan magic method had risen to level 100 and was successfully transferred to Hongyuan Wanqingju. Su read all the books in a row and said they have continued development too. That's not even a bad thing. We need to keep on exploring things further. And then the system popped up again and said that it congratulated the host for raising the Royal Monkey Strike to level 10. After a few hours, Su saw that the basket had run out. And wandering in the ocean of knowledge, time flies so fast. Su started to reach out and say that he was out of books. He even got kind of bored. And then he heard someone sending him away. Su was surprised and asked if they wanted to die. Janran jumped on him and said that they would see who would die. Yenran swung her blade at him and screamed that he was a useless slave. How dare he humiliate her? Su asked her, did she still think she could intimidate him? Immediately, he grabbed Yenran by the throat. Yenran was surprised at such a moment and thought, how could this slave become so strong? Su said that he didn't even go to her to pay the bills. But she came on her own. Janran asks him what he wants to do. She warns him if he hurts her, her father won't let him go. Su tossed her aside and told her not to worry. He wouldn't touch her, because she'll do it all by herself. Su said Yenran she wants him. And even if she dies, it won't change anything. The guy asked the girl if she was ready. Yenran at this time shouted for him to stay away from her. Su immediately pointed his finger at her and used the taming technique. The system immediately congratulated the host for successfully taming the nine-tailed demon. Janran immediately began to feel different and even relaxed. Su said that taming was really useful. He didn't expect that Hu Meizi would be the most powerful clan among the fox demons. Su looked at Yenran's stats and said that he was sorry that this loyalty didn't last forever. The system replied that regarding the low loyalty, he had a solution. Su asked him what does he want to say? Or does he want to say that if he gives the system his 990,000 skill points, it will help him tame it? The system was surprised and asked the guy how he knew. Su punched him from his fist and replied that he knew him and would kill him now. Janran came to her senses at this time and asked the guy what he had done to her. Su replied that he had tamed her. She was now his pet. Janran said it's impossible. Its bloodline level is much higher than ordinary demons. Even if its realm is low, it needs a taming technique level of at least a great master to be able to tame her. Su replied to the girl that he had left a spiritual seal in her body. She could check it out. Janran checked it out and shouted to the guy that he had indeed tamed her. But how is that possible? Su replied that he was able to become a master of medicine in an instant. Naturally, he could become a master of taming animals. Janran said that now that her secret is out, people won't let her go. Let him rather kill her. Su replied that although she had almost killed him before, she was Su Chen's first woman. He will not kill her. He will keep her secret. So let her be an obedient pet. Janran asked the guy that he wouldn't kill her and even help her keep the secret. And then Su saw that it was possible to increase loyalty with a couple of sentences. Su immediately told the girl that he wouldn't treat her differently just because she was a demon. The best thing in life was spending the night with her, and his love for her is real. There's no guilt in it. But he's drunk as a dog. And he wants to give her lots of lipsticks, so she'll give them back to him a little every day. And then the system popped up and said that loyalty continued to grow. Su said he was really a genius. The system asked the guy, is this even normal? Yenran told Su that actually, he was her first man too. Thanks to him, her disease might be cured already this year. Su said then in that case, green is not his protective color. Yenran replied that she was the one who used to get a lot of yang energy from him. She was willing to give it back to him. Su was surprised and asked how could she be brought back? Janran replied that by what he was going to do earlier. Su said, "That's fine with me." However, he was very tired today. Yenran immediately jumped on him and said that he didn't need to move. She would massage him herself. System said that he congratulates Master for breaking through the Yuan realm. The reward is 20 he. Su got up early in the morning and said that by spending the night with Chu Yenran, he was able to break through the Yuan. The yang energy had indeed returned to him. Su patted Janran's butt and said that this night this gentleman had done a great job. Yangran asked him to let her sleep for a while. She had no strength at all. Su shouted that this gentleman was magnificent. The dignity of a man had finally returned to him. Su asked the system if it now understood why he didn't do his assignment. Does it see the result? Does he really need to propose to her? The system replied that doing it without the intent of marriage is disgusting. Su said that everything should be utilitarian. Have the system send him some assignments with technical content for the future. And his assignments are too easy. There is no point in doing them. The system asked the guy, he dares to question the complexity of the system's assignments? The system will not tolerate that. Su asked him, what's next? The system replied that he was going to give out a difficult assignment. Would he dare to accept it? Su replied, that's fine. Let him order it. It's not that he has doubts. It's just that the system is not accomplishing the system's primary purpose. The system responded that it was working with a huge amount of data. And since the owner insists, he will show him now. And then the system ordered the guy to go to the palace of the fox concubine and steal the treasure. The reward is 500 he. Su asked with surprise. 500 is he? That's not bad at all. And it's something you can sweat a little for. The system asked him if the guy was sure how powerful she was. Make him hurry up and take the assignment. Su stops him and says he doesn't say he'll take him on. The system thinks he's stupid? This is the resting place of Chu Tianming's favorite concubine. She is guarded by masters. Does the system want him to go to certain death? Systema got very angry and replied that the master had said so. Su said he didn't say anything. He only said to plant assignments, but he didn't say he would accept them. The system told the guy that he tricked him, and 500 he is. That's the monthly rate, but he won't accept it. Su said fine. That gentleman didn't have much fun last night. Suddenly a servant came in and told the national teacher that a concubine had arrived. Su asked in surprise, a concubine? She arrived as soon as she was mentioned. She is most likely here because of Chu Yenran. Su got dressed and told the system to come with him. He would meet this concubine. The system was offended and said that Su was not human. And when she met the concubine, she said she wanted to see Master Su. The boy was surprised and immediately saw that she was pretty. The concubine asked Master Su if such a dress looked good on her. The guy replied that the concubine's clothes were beautiful. The concubine took out a balloon from her chest and said that Master Su is really temperamental. And this time, the concubine is here for the little girl. And she hopes that the master can let the girl go. And she hoped that Master Su would accept this humble gift. The guy replied that the concubine was too polite to come here. And even with a gift, Su accepted the orb and asked, what is it? The concubine replied that it was a celestial sphere, with a ghost servant of celestial rank sealed inside. Su, hearing such loud words from her, interjected, is this a ghostly heaven-ranked servant? The concubine replied that everything was correct, and Master Su need to shed blood to become the master of the ghost servant. He will control the life and death of this ghost servant. Su thought that those who could go to heaven must be good people. This concubine for Chu Yenran is no better than hell. Su said the concubine was too polite. How could he accept such a precious thing? And let her not do it next time. The concubine told Master Su what about the girl. The guy answered her not to worry. If Yenran wanted to come back, Su realized that after tasting the young master, Yenran wouldn't be able to restrain herself for long. She wouldn't want to come back. He couldn't do anything about it. The concubine approached Master Su and said that she had heard that the master's skills were excellent. If only she could learn from him. Su just blushed at such words and replied that he would show her sometime next time. The concubine said it was time for her to go back. And then she realized that Su was a womanizer, and let him enjoy his ghostly servant for now. Su at this time thought and realized that he knew that Yenran was very important, There was a need to make the most of it. A ghostly heavenly servant is also enough. Suddenly blood came out of his nose and he put it on the orb. The orb started to turn into a person, and Sue wondered what he looked like. Lola with large forms? A sister-in-law with a cold face? Sweet princess? A pure and lustful little sister? But suddenly a man who looked like an old man appeared out of the smoke. The guy said that Ning's ghost servant was greeting the master. Sue thought that he must have done something wrong. Sue started shouting at this orb and tried to summon another ghost servant. Ning said that the ghost servant welcomed its master. Sue at this point realized that all was already lost and screamed that it couldn't be that. And why would he get such a miracle? Sue shouted that he wanted a loli or a princess. It's not like he's asking that much from this balloon. The system at this time looked at him and laughed non-stop. She told the guy he deserved it. And Sue is a lucky guy. Ning heard his words and immediately thought. Suddenly, a large cloud surrounded him. Ning transformed into a beauty and told her master that she was asking that he forgive her. She was just kidding. And that's her original appearance. Seeing her in her real form, Sue started drooling on her. And Sistema didn't expect this turn of events either. Sue started to say that she wasn't a flower, but she wasn't bad. He knew that the main character had to be surrounded by beautiful girls, so she couldn't be ugly. The system immediately realized that this child was too lucky. Sue asked the girl, her name is Ning Xiaoran, and what did she do when she was alive? How did she become a ghost servant? Ning answered that she was a princess when she was alive. She died 700 years ago in a war because of her dislike for the Chu country. She was captured and turned into a ghost servant. Ning said that she used to be in charge of guarding Chu's treasure pavilion. Sue asked what she could do as a heavenly ghost servant. Ning replied that she could transform into a weapon spirit or integrate into a weapon, thus increasing its power. And of course, she could fulfill any request of her master. Sue said that her joke just now affected him a lot. He would like her to comfort him. Ning asked how she could comfort her master. Sue pounced on her and replied that by using his body, of course. The system said that this guy was a beast. He wouldn't even spare a ghost. But suddenly Ning turned from a girl into a man and grabbed his clothes and told him to wait a moment. Ning told the master that this servant had returned. Sue told him that if he did anything, walking into the bedroom, Sue thought, why did Ning treat him like this? His little brother was scared to death. Janran opened her eyes and told Sue that he was already back. She had gotten a good night's sleep and was feeling good again. Sue replied for her to let him go. He wasn't interested in women at the moment. Janran asked with surprise. Not interested? Couldn't he do it more than once in one night? Sue got angry and pushing her on the sofa asked, how dare she say that? He was about to make her scream in fear. Yenran started licking her fingers and replied that she was looking forward to it. Sue energetically wanted to jump on her, but he saw Ning in front of his eyes. Sue was surprised and asked why it was him again. Let him not come near him. He is a mistake. Janran asked Sue what was wrong with him. The guy covered his eyes with his hands and slowly opened his eyes and saw that it wasn't her. Sue was angry at Ning. That master must cast a shadow on the girls. He'll pay her back one day. Sue told the girl that he couldn't be with her anymore. Janran was surprised and asked what? Janran asked the guy, did he despise her? Sue saw that she misunderstood him. But he can't say that he can't right now. She will laugh at him. Sue said that of course not. He just thinks that he needs to work hard to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. And that's the only way he'll be able to protect her. The system said that the nine-tailed fox's loyalty had increased by 10 points. Sue realized that it was only possible to say love words with his mouth open. Janran stood up and said that then the slave would not interfere with her master's practice. It was time for the slave to go. Sue realized that he couldn't do that even if he wanted to. One can only wait for that flowery shadow to disappear. Sue thought about everything and said that since he was free right now, he would just practice a little. Sue took out his pills and told the system to just watch him break through to the earth realm in one breath. The system started popping up with each breakthrough and at the end congratulated him on breaking through the 10th layer of the realm of the deep. Sue said that even with all of these, he wouldn't be able to break through to the earth realm. These pills are not strong enough. Sue asked the system if there was a way to break through from the deep realm to the earth realm. The system replied no comment. This was all because he didn't accept her assignment? So what's it like to be a servant? The system replied that he's a servant himself, and his whole family are assholes. The system said that this system is a real man of steel. Su replied that he knew she was a man, and he didn't expect help from him. He would do everything himself. Su said that these pills are not enough. He will make another batch with stronger effects. He doesn't believe they won't be able to help. Su said to ask Huang where the better materials for making pills were. Huang immediately appeared and asked, "Did the master look for it?" Su replied that the old man was too fast. He hadn't even had time to call out to him yet. Suddenly he realized that he had only mentioned his name and he had heard him. He didn't hear the sounds last night, did he? Huang replied that the master is not only a master in medicine, but also in bed. The teachings admire that. Su laughed and said, "Well said. Let him follow the master and he would teach him some techniques to regain his former power." Su said that they would talk business. Does he know where they can get amethyst shunhuan grass, 7-colored ling coral, pusheen arwi fruit, and 1,000-year-old sasayuria? Huang replied that all these medicinal materials are of the highest quality, extremely valuable and rare. Only in one place can you find them all at the same time. Su asked where it was located. Huang replied that it was in the country of Shinnong, the Healing Valley. Huang told the master that there was a healing valley in front of them. Su replied that they had finally arrived. He didn't expect this place to be so far away. Su understood that having been bored on the road, he decided to improve some life skills of drawing, Rasba and divine techniques to master level. Juan said that the master must be wondering why the Healing Valley is called a valley, even though it is located in the mountains. Su had told him to tell him, and in fact, he didn't question the name at all, for he hadn't thought of such profound things. Juan said that too many people came here for medicinal herbs. The owner of the valley was concerned about this and moved it to the mountains, and this is equivalent to a threshold. Only profound realm masters with the ability of flight would be able to enter this valley. Su said that it was exactly what he expected. Huang replied that, as expected of a master, just looking at it and can already understand a lot, the student admires the teacher. Su told the old man to take him up there. He realized that this old man's flattery was getting stronger and stronger. He was showing promise. Huang grabbed the old man and immediately started climbing the mountain. But in a moment, Su told the master to wait a moment. At this time in the Medicine King's palace, Qin Lin-O and Qin Lin-Euro were asking Xiangpeng why he was climbing without a line. Go Xiangpeng asked them, what did they just say? Just that he relies on his father. The first general of Qin country is about to die. Their Lin family will soon disappear. And it was his Go Xiang family that was developing. O was extremely angry after his words, and was even prepared to finish him off. And suddenly Lin-O, the son of the Qin family's god of war who holds 100,000 soldiers, was intimidated by the son of the country's prime minister Go. And it was Lin Su who had been seriously injured in the war against the Chu country in the past. Nothing would work out. The Lin family would soon be destroyed. Euro asked her brother, what will they do? If they can't get the pills, she's afraid her father won't praise them. O pounced on him and said he would fight him. Peng abruptly turned around and asked, fight him? He's worthy of it. He immediately turned around leisurely and punched O right in the chest. The guy didn't even expect that. Euro saw her brother defeated and was scared badly for him and began to worry. Peng said for all to see the masters of the valley, spare yourselves. Let them come back and watch their father die, and let the other guys get out of here. Today, the Healing Valley, purify medicine only for his Xiang family. But suddenly someone came and said, what a high tone he hears. And unknowing people think that this valley was discovered by his Xiang family. Peng turned around and replied, what kind of person does he see? Isn't this the Prince Su Chun of the Go country? He was sent to the Chu country as a slave, so why is he still alive? People began to say that this trash was sent to Chu country after the power struggle. That's him. They heard that it was picked up by the 9th princess of the Chu country. Su said that since Peng recognizes him as a prince, so why is he so not polite to people? Peng said for the others to let him welcome this trash. Su Chun, has he been a slave for a long time and has his brain atrophied? Pan told the guy he wants to be called a prince. He still considers himself one. He's just a dog in exile. But unexpectedly, Su didn't hold back such words, and immediately headed over to teach him a lesson. Su said that if he goes far away from home, The family dog becomes so naughty. People were asking what happened. Su Chun, is that good? And he really did it, and Xiang Peng didn't even react. Is it really that trash? By hitting Xiang Peng, isn't Su Cheng afraid that Xiang Peng's father will blame him? Su felt that appearing in front of people was a success. Hit the iron while it's hot. Su told the guys they were right, he was trash. But now he wants to tell them, the whole world, one sentence. Su hoped that they would shout his name. And suddenly from the street, they were saying that the one outside was called Su. He bothered the old man who practiced medicine. Have them let him go. The guy realized that he had to run away, because the pretense had failed. Huang said that old man Wu, after he became the valley master, he became so majestic. Su was greatly surprised that Huang Zhan knows the master of this valley. Do they know each other? Wu himself came out and asked, what bastard dared to call him an old man? He was given a death sentence. The guys said it's him. Master Wu Shungu hates people who call him Wu. Whoever says that will die. They heard a general yell Wu, and that general was killed. Huang was not afraid and said it was him. Wu looked carefully and asked in surprise. The guys were surprised and asked that Wu called this man a master? What do you mean? They thought he came with Su Cheng. Su realized one thing. Old man Huang turned out to be the valley master's master. In that case, taking medicines from the valley would be easier. Huang said to Wu, did he remember that he was his teacher? Shouldn't he have fallen on his knees when he saw his teacher? Wu said that he was his master when he trained under him, and let Huang not exaggerate. The old man was greatly surprised and asked what? Wu said that he is more than 70 years old, but he still can't manufacture the pill of life. So how can he call himself his teacher? One started shouting at him that he was an ungrateful villain. Then he fell on his knees and begged him to teach him medicine. But now he is being disrespectful. Today the old man will show him. Wu replied to the old man that he is incompetent and no better than trash since he can't manufacture the pill of life. Does he really think he's feared? Wu immediately shouted to Jian Shang and said that someone wanted to disturb the old man practicing medicine. Xinyu released his blade between Huang's face and said that if he took a step forward, let him not blame him for being ruthless under the sword. Huang was greatly surprised and said to Xinyu that he was so strong. Su immediately realized that it was him, master of the Go country, 9th level of the heavenly realm, known as the first sword god in southern Xinjiang. He has also come to the valley. He brought Xiang Peng. Huang told Qiufeng that it was a misunderstanding, he would come back now, and immediately hid behind Su. Su told Huang that he was also in the heavenly realm. If he couldn't win, he couldn't give up so quickly after all. The old man replied to the master not to misunderstand him. The disciple does not recognize the advice but knows how to advance and retreat. Staying in the mountains is not worth worrying about. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge even after 10 years. Su listened to the old man's excuses and told him to stop. Wu told Huang that he had the wrong door. With Li Qiufeng, does he think he can move his hair? Letting him come here means he needs medicine, but he won't give it to him. Wan started yelling that he was a villain. Su told Wan to calm down. They're going to be teachers. Wan asked the master what he was doing. Tell him to hurry back, he could be killed there. People started saying that Su was coming. He didn't even dare to go backstage, he's going to die. And it seems like he's still the same trash. His mind is simple and he hasn't changed a bit. Wu asked the boy, is he trying to show off? He thinks he is still the prince of the country of Go. Let him hurry up. Su approached Li Jianshin and asked if he needed the pill that was inside. The guy replied that he had met a prince. Master Wu Shuang produces a soul condensation pill for him. Let him not worry about it. Li told Wu not to worry. He won't bother him because this pill, the soul condensation pill, has been perfected. After 10 breaths, the pill will explode. People began to ask if they heard Su's words correctly. Master Wu's refining effect was useless? Wu got angry and asked the impertinent boy, what is he talking about? Let him return his insulting speeches. Otherwise he wouldn't look at the fact that he and Li Jian knew each other. He would dare to kill him. Li noticed that this Su really hadn't made any progress. He dared to question the Valley Master's refining technique. He is too immature. No wonder why he failed. Su started counting from 10 to 0. Wu got really angry and told him to say that the guy wasn't even going to start repenting. And if he wants to die, he will fulfill his request. Su got to 0 and said that there was about to be an explosion. and suddenly the pill cauldron exploded. Wu was quite surprised and asked how so? Li also said that it had actually exploded. People said it blew up too. Su talked about it. He said 10 breaths. After 10 breaths it exploded. Pan asked how so? So the soul condensation pill exploded that was needed for his father's breakthrough to the heavenly realm. Wu shouted that it was impossible. How could his Dan have exploded? And it must be because of this garbage, he asked. Let him tell him what he did or he can't spare him. Huang said to Wu, is he still blaming others if he doesn't have his skills? Even a soul-condensing pill can explode. He really was blind when he was a teacher. Wu started yelling at Huang. What else does he have the face to tell him anything? He is an old trash who has been studying the pill of life for 70 years. Coming to his door then was his mistake. One jumped on him, saying he was a daredevil, and now the old man is going to teach him a lesson. Wu saw that the old man had decided to attack him and ordered Li to save him. Su told Wan to come back. Don't be idle. Huang immediately came over and replied that the disciple was harsh. Wu asked, Huang is listening to this child. I think he said master, or did he mishear? Su said that it was just a soul-thickening pill. Is it really worth fighting for? Wu said to the boy, who is hopeless there, say it again. And suddenly Li put the chapter away and turned to the prince and asked, does he have anything to say? Li was surprised that Su was able to predict the time of the pill's explosion. Did he really have knowledge regarding the soul condensation pill? Su replied that he would let them see everything with their own eyes. And he began to demonstrate his abilities. Guys have been asking what he's doing with the scum of the pill, and they don't believe he can understand medicine. Wu asked the boy what he wanted them to see. Is it possible that he still can't use waste to improve medicine? What does he think? Su immediately said that fire was about to appear. Fire immediately started to come out from his hand. Wu looked at him and said, is he really a great master? Medicine with his bare hands. He really is a great master. People also said it was impossible when Su became a great master. Doesn't 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Heishi make people become poor? One saw a group of rednecks who had never seen the world. He had seen it a few days ago. People started shouting for everyone to watch. The color of the rest of the pill changed. It began to condense once again. It formed a new soul condensation pill. Su produced everything and holding out his hand said, this is a true soul-thickening pill. Do they all see it? Wu walked up to the guy and said, scum recycling medicine. It's unbelievable. A great master. A true master of medicine. How long does it last? From a loser to a great master of medicine. They all immediately sat down on their knees in front of him and began to say that they saluted the master. Su rejoiced that he had finally succeeded in becoming a saint. Things were different now. He should be more relaxed in the future and not lose the title of Grand Master. But suddenly someone turned to Su. The boy was surprised and asked. The girl hugged his legs and told him to let Lord Su save his father. If he could save her father, her entire identity would be his. Su was surprised and asked what she said. Really? Huang turned to the master and told him to pay attention to the case. Su said he just wanted to ask her, does she really want to save her father that badly? The girl replied that as long as she could save her father, Lin Euro was willing to give everything she had. Su said that he agreed and then let him give him her father's pill of life. Euro bowed and replied that she was grateful to Lord Su. Su told Miss Lin that there was no need to make such a big gift. The girl's sincere heart touched him. He couldn't even have the idea of using the body of a half-Kaijin girl in his mind. Yoroi smiled and said that she knew Master Su was elegant and grandiose, with extraordinary tolerance, and he was definitely not a person who craved for beauty. She really wanted to use her body to get the pill. It would be a great humiliation. It wouldn't happen again in the future. Su replied that he was glad that she could think in this direction. He would perfect the pill of life for her. Su realized in his heart that he wanted to be humiliated. Girl, why can't she hear the hints in his words? Huang had told the master that restraint was the first priority for him right now. Su realized that this time to pretend, he had lost his sister. He can't lose anything else because of the cost of medicine. Su turned to Wu and told him to prepare the medicines for the pill of life. They are needed now. One of the men got angry and told Su that he was a daredevil. How dare he talk to the Valley Master like that? He thinks the guy wants to die, right? Wu threw a balloon at him and told him to get out of here. Otherwise, he would finish him off right away. Wu told the master not to worry about him. He would send them the right medicine right away. The guy asked the valley master why would they give him their medicines. Wu asked why. Simple, he's a real master. And not to mention that they don't need such a large amount of medicinal materials. The whole valley needs to respect that. Wu told the guy why doesn't he go get his medicine. The guy replied that he was on his way. Wu turned to Su and told the master to wait a moment and the materials would be delivered. Su immediately felt that this skill of sucking up was worthy of being Huang Zhang's disciple. Li approached Su and said that he was rude and blind. He asks to be punished. But please let him clear this soul condensation pill. Su replied that it's not possible for Li to do that. But it depends on what price he is willing to pay for it. Peng said that his Xian family can give out gold. Su replied that no problem, just 1 million taels in gold. Peng replied that he did not. He was referring to the 10,000 taels. Su was surprised and asked, is he trying to humiliate this great master? Peng didn't want to, but he said then 1 million taels in gold. And with these tickets, Lord Su will be able to exchange gold in any bank. Su immediately threw a pill in his hands and told him to take it. Peng thanked and replied that he was bowing out. Peng was intensely angry with Su and hoped that when his father broke through to the heavenly realm, and Su at that time was already happy and realized that he would be able to hire soldiers with this money. When he returned to Go country, his Xiang family would be destroyed. Li asked the younger lord if he would like to return with them to the Go country. Su replied that it wasn't time yet, but he would return sooner or later. Before that, he asked him to take care of his mother. Li told the junior lord not to worry. Li Chofeng would not humiliate his life. Li was surprised that suddenly the sprout that had lost in the fight against the protagonist had grown to such an extent. The country of Go is about to change. Su started working on the next pill and smiling said it was manufactured. Wu replied that the medicine pill with his bare hands, no matter how much he looks at it, he feels renewed and happy. Huang said that no matter how many times he looked at it more than Wu. Su told Miss Lin that this pill of life she wanted, and let her take it and cure her father. Lin was greatly surprised that he actually gave it to her without delay, without any additional conditions. Su said for her to take it, and don't let her worry. The pill of life he prepared was definitely better than the one from the valley, and it was enough to heal his father's injury. The girl told Mr. Su that Yuro would not forget this. When she returns and heals her father, she will definitely go to Chu country to visit and thank him. Su replied to her to come back soon and not let her father should wait. Yuro bowed and said goodbye to him. Yuro told her brother that it was time for them to go. Oh stopped her and asked, does she think Master Su is stupid? And the precious pill of life was given to them for free. Yuro replied to her brother that she won't let him talk about their benefactor like that. OW said he won't say anything. The pill of life is in their possession now. Yuro said that Mr. Su is not stupid. He is straight and pure. He is like bright moonlight, without a trace of impurities. And such a person is worth trusting with your whole life. Wan asked the master why he was crying. Su replied that he had a great opportunity in front of him. He didn't cherish it to pretend. He had no regrets until he lost it. Su said that it was time for them to go and they should leave this sad place as soon as possible. Huang replied to the master not to be discouraged and they could not leave. Huang asked the master had he forgotten about their trip. Su asked wasn't their purpose to pretend to be a girl? But they didn't pretend. Then why are they here? Huang replied that pretending to be a girl is a perennial topic. Besides, they have an additional goal of finding medicinal materials for powerful pills that will help with advancement. Su says that's right. He is here for the materials. He was patronizing and worried about the girl's body. Girls really affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Huang told the guy to remember the task. The master's eagerness is admired by the disciple. Su felt that the old man's flattering skills had peaked. Su turned to Wu and called out to him. Wu immediately went to him and asked him what the master needed. Su replied that his ancestor needed medicinal materials, and it was time to go and prepare for that. He asked Wu, when did he have time to become his ancestor? Wu replied that Huang is his master and he is Huang's master. Naturally, he and his master. Su asked him, can he say that? His alchemists are too capable imposing a relationship. Huang asked old Wu if he knew there was a master like him. Wu laughed and asked the master in reply, what is he talking about? Wu replied that once a master and lifelong father, his disciple respected him wholeheartedly and had never forgotten his kindness in teaching him. He respects it like an endless river. Another example is the uncontrolled flooding of the Yellow River. Wan said that back then his shameless look was the charm of the time. Su listened and replied that in that case, he would reluctantly accept him as a disciple. Wu immediately bowed and said that he welcomed the master. Su told him to stand up and said that his ancestor would be leaving soon. Before leaving, they should gather the following medicinal materials. Su took it and replied that everything would be according to the master's instructions. Meanwhile, the boys went to the Danchin temple of the Chu country. Huang told the master that his ploy to accept the second Wu as his apprentice was too high. Su replied that they were finally back. Huang said that from now on, the valley's healing materials can be used by them. They don't have to worry about materials anymore. Su replied that no amount of healing materials could fill the void of losing his sister. Huang told the master not to get discouraged. They had returned to the capital, so why don't they start making promotion pills? They are, after all, seeking to clear their breath to break through to the earth realm. Su replied that without a girl, who should he protect with such a high level of cultivation? He's in no mood to practice medicine. Wan let him tread first. He wants to lick his wound alone. Wan said to the master, how about he help him lick it up? Su immediately replied to tell him to back off. There's no need for that anymore. He can handle it himself, so let him hurry up and get lost. Huang was greatly disappointed and said that he wouldn't bother the master. Su thought that if he read old man Huang's facial expression correctly, he was disappointed. Su said that Wan was disappointed because he didn't agree with him, right? But that can't be true. But to be safe in the future, he needs to be careful not to lick him. After all, only girls are allowed to lick his body. And then he remembered that he had plenty of girls, which means that the shadow that Ning cast on him and disappeared. In other words, he could touch Chu Yenran. Su headed to his room and shouted to Yenran that master had returned. Let her come quickly. Yenran asked Su why he was yelling so loudly. She was hunting, having a good time, and she's so upset with him. Su was surprised and asked her, did she call him by his name instead of master? And did Janran's loyalty fall after a few days? Su looked at the stats and saw that pets still need to be tamed. Su told the girl to go with him. And then Yenran replied that she was afraid he wouldn't succeed. A servant told the emperor that Su had returned. He had made a great sensation in the Healing Valley and had accepted the Valley Master as his disciple. He hires soldiers and buys horses. The emperor said he knew Su didn't want him to control him, and sooner or later he will return to the Go country to seize the throne. The servant replied that if his majesty knows, why let him be the national teacher? After all, Su has gone from trash to master of medicine. There must be a big secret in him. The emperor said that if he could master this secret, his country of Chu would be able to cover all of southern Xinjiang. The servant told his majesty that he was indeed far-sighted. The emperor told him to watch his every move for him. If the secret is to be revealed, then he will become even more powerful. The servant replied that the order would be obeyed. The emperor hoped that Su would take the initiative to tell him his secrets before he lost his patience, or else let him not blame him for remaining faceless. Yenran was telling Su that he had been torturing her for an hour, and she really couldn't take it anymore. Su was surprised and wondered if she was still calling him by his name. Looks like his strength is lacking. Then let him face the violent storm. And then Janran called him master. She was wrong. Let him let her go. Her body really couldn't take it anymore. Su said that now she recognizes the master. That's a good thing after all. That's it for today. The next time she dares to disrespect him, he will play with her for 2 hours. Janran removed her head and told her master that she dared no more, and she would go to bed now. But suddenly the system came up and told Su that he had another task to do. Su punched and asked him why he popped out at this time, scaring him. Let him not recommend his assignment, he leaves it. The system got very upset and said he failed again. Didn't they say the man on the bed was responsive? Turns out to be a lie. Su asked the system that responsiveness only works on women. Does he understand? His image a bit off. Let him get over it. The system asked him, is it true that women can succeed? Su was surprised and asked, what? and began to see the system going through its stuff. The system turned itself into a girl and told Sue that the people had a mission. They could help others. Sue saw his face and immediately started throwing up without stopping. The system asked him, "Is she still not satisfied?" Sue got very angry, and punching the system told him not to make him disgusted. The system was saying he just wants him to tackle the hindquarters. "Is it that hard?" and cried. Sue replied, so that he did not waste energy. Stealing treasures in the concubine fox palace. Labor and payment are not interested in anyone. And suddenly Yanran heard and asked, "The concubine fox palace?" Janran asked the host what he said about the place where her little sister lives. Sue replied that it's okay. It's just that someone wants him to go there. And then Sue realized and asked, "She said that's where her little sister lives? Fox G is her little sister?" Yanran replied that it was like that. Didn't the master know? She and her younger sister escaped from Mount Sangman and came to the country of Chu. Because of her injury, she was not suitable for private performances. She became the 9th princess and her sister the queen, replacing her mother. Sue said they're not mother and daughter, but sisters. If he tamed the G-Fox too, it could be doubled. Watching each other from the sidelines, they'd get great results. Janran asked why he was so excited all of a sudden. Sue replied that it was because he suddenly had a bold idea in his head. And then Sue told the system that he was suddenly interested in the treasure-stealing assignment in Liqui Ji Palace. So he would grudgingly accept his assignment. The system was surprised and asked what he was interested in the assignment. "He is clearly interested in the double." Sue immediately shut his mouth and told him to stop talking nonsense. "He's taking his assignment, and they're going to the Fox Palace right now." Sue rejoiced greatly at this moment and said that he had struck right at the yellow dragon, defeating the opponent with a single blow. And she's sleeping after all. He immediately pounced on her bed and shouted, "Fox G." He was ready to take her flogging, and suddenly there was no one there. Sue stood up and asked, "Why is there no one? Where is the Fox G?" The girl came up from behind and asked, "Master Sue is looking for her?" The guy immediately realized that things were not good. G immediately went over to him and asked Master Sue was still awake. He came to her bedroom in the middle of the night. Sue replied that it was a long night, also insomnia. He thought that he was the only one who couldn't sleep, but he didn't think that the concubine couldn't either. G asked why Master Sue can't sleep. The guy replied that it was because of her, the fox concubine. G asked, "Is she?" Sue replied that was correct. Ever since he last saw the fox concubine, he had been deeply attracted. The noble temperament and graceful posture of the fox concubine. And tonight he couldn't contain the feelings of his heart, which is why he came here. G told Master Sue that he had actually already interested many people. Everyone was impressed by the master's demeanor and style. Sue asked, "So does that mean she likes him too?" Fox concubine. "Since she likes him, maybe it's time for them to take the next step." G was surprised and replied that she did not understand. Sue replied that it's impossible if she doesn't understand. He will teach her himself. She has a lot of experience. She just needs to cooperate with him. G immediately said that she promised that she would kill him, and immediately let magic flow down her arm and pounced on him. But Sue dodged and evaded the attack with ease. G was surprised and didn't realize how he escaped. G realized that this was very uncool. But Sue pounced back at her and said that his skills would be better. Sue didn't kill her, and with a motion of his fingers gets right to her head. The system immediately jumped out and congratulated him. Sue thought, didn't she say it was her sister? Why does Yenran have 9 tails and this vixen only has 3 tails? G woke up and asked the guy what he did to her. Why can't she put up any resistance to him? Sue replied that it was because she, as well as her older sister, had become his pets. G was surprised to hear that her sister had also fallen into his clutches like her, and asked, does he know their secret? Sue replied that by becoming his pets, no matter whether it's heart or body, they won't be able to hide their secrets from him. But they have nothing to worry about, he will keep their secret. G asked him why he wanted to help them. Sue replied that since he needed them to cooperate with him. G asked in surprise, cooperate with them? Does he mean the very cooperation? Sue immediately threw her on the bed and said he was going to her. But G said she didn't want that. Sue felt something and said it's right here. He wants to see what it is. The system asked him if he was indifferent to the beauty and proceeded to his task. Sue says he doesn't understand anything. He wants to finish his shitty assignment as quickly as possible. Then will spend his night enjoying himself. The system said that's how it is. He was already glad he was better, too bad. Ji asked him why he didn't pounce on her. Ji immediately went up and asked him what he was doing. Su replied to the girl to wait and he would be free soon. And he found the treasure he was looking for. Su picked up the box and said what he found. Ji asked him what he found. The guy hit from his elbow and said to open the box. The system said that by opening the treasure box, a sword made of fish intestines was obtained. Su realized the sword and shouted that he had found it. The system also rejoiced greatly that the master had completed his task. Why was such a magnificent thing hidden in her bedroom? Here she didn't know if the master knew. Really awesome. Su told the system to tell it what it is and how to use it. The system replied that since he had completed the task, this sword from the intestines of a fish system product not only cuts hair, but iron like dirt. It also allows you to fly. If it's strong enough, it's capable of climbing 1,000 miles high. Su asked the system, is the sword so smart? Well then, he's gonna try it now, and let his power flow through it and asked the system, why isn't it moving? The system responded to him to point out that he was talking about sufficient strength and he couldn't. Su got angry and asked, how dare she say that he couldn't? He would now go back and break through the earth realm, and now they would see if he could do it. Ji asked the master what he was going to do. She is still waiting for him. Su replied, so she won't wait any longer. He's going to train. No one dares to say he can't. Ji blushed heavily and saw to improve herself. The master wouldn't touch her. She used to think that master was a greedy and lustful person who didn't seek to improve. She seemed to have misunderstood him. At this time in the Danchin temple, Su said that it took him the entire night to process all the medicines that the Healing Valley had given him. After he swallows all those pills, he doesn't believe that he can't break through to the earth realm. The system said he wasn't used to it. Did he said something bad about him? Su told him to shut up. As a man, his words were a huge humiliation. He can't accept it, and no one can say he can't. Nobody. And then he started shoving all the drugs into his system. Su started to evolve and said he could do it. And then the system said congratulations to the host for breaking through the first layer. Reward 100 he. The system said he didn't believe it. Did he break through so quickly? Too scary to be annoyed. Su calmed down and said that he had broken through to the earth realm. It's not that difficult. We'll have to see how the attributes have changed. Su looked at his characterization and was surprised to ask that he had 22 years of life left. Doesn't an ordinary master live for 150 years? Why does he only have this? The system said he used to get hurt all the time. Sure, he got better, but it doesn't make sense to have longevity. Su told him to forget. 22 years is plenty old enough. Just let him think of ways to maximize it later. There's a more important thing now. Prove he can do it. The system told the guy he was too strong. Su let his energy into the knife and told him to move. The knife immediately began to parry in the air. Su got very excited and said, that's different. And now he would see if he could make it move more intensely. Su immediately didn't wait for long and channeled the sword energy and sent it into the wall, which cracked from the sword. Su was surprised that it was so fast. He threw it before he was even ready. This trick is perfect for surprise attacks. The system said he's pretty strong anyway, but still thinking of stealth attacks, he's futile. Su asked him what he knew. Had he never heard the old saying? Don't worry about the pathetic development. What's wrong? System? Now he was convinced that the master could do it. Sister replied to the guy that he knows he can. Su started laughing and said he said it before. No one dares say he can't. But suddenly someone kicked in the door with his foot and entered the room. Su was surprised and asked who was there. The guy told Su that he was really good. How dare he not show up to meet his highness? Did he want to die? Su turned around and asked in surprise, is this Chu Aofeng the prince of the Chu country? At this time, in Yushifang, a servant was telling the emperor that the prince had come to Danchin temple and already met with Su. The emperor said that everything was according to his plan. He asked if Yuichi Wide had returned. The servant replied that General Yuichi had hurried back from the border last night. The emperor said, well then, now he will wait for Su to attack the prince. Once he starts acting up, he will take the opportunity to attack him and have Yuichi straighten him out and ask him about his secrets. The servant asked the emperor, does he really need to wait for Su to oppose the prince? If Su is enraged, what could happen to the prince? The emperor replied that it was just a useless prince. If need be, he would use another one. Compared to Su's secrets, what would an ordinary prince be worth? The servant said that His Highness is far-sighted. The servant admires him. The emperor replied that the secret that turned Su from trash into a great master of medicine would soon be revealed. The prince told Su to kneel before His Highness or else he would die. Su asked in a surprised voice, "Kneeling before him? Is he worthy of it?" He thought, what was the situation with Chueofeng? Why did he come here? The prince got angry and said, "What trash dares to say that he is unworthy?" He would tell him, sooner or later the country of Chu would belong to Lao Tzu, and he had committed a grave offense for disrespecting a future emperor. The prince ordered his men to immediately capture Su and send him to prison. Su asked, why did Chu Tianming choose a fool like him to be the prince? He would teach him a lesson. And Xiaoran said that he would leave it up to him. Xiaoran immediately replied that she agreed. When the warriors saw the girl, they were surprised and asked who was she. The warriors started to say that they were so cold and wasn't she human? Xiaoran replied that they were right. Ning is a ghost. Let them come over and play with it. The warriors became very frightened and started shouting that it was a ghost. And they even shouted the names of their losses for her to save them. But suddenly things turned much worse. They could smell the odor of poison slowly entering their bodies. Ning started laughing and told them to sleep well for a few days. The prince asked, how could a piece of trash have a ghostly servant of the heavenly realm as a guard? Ning asked her master what she should do with him. The prince told Su that if he touched it, his father would kill him. Su replied that he just wanted an explanation from Chu Tianming, and ordered Ning to tie him up. Ning listened to him and said that she was good at tying people up. The prince started to run away, but suddenly he was completely bound and asked for help. Ning finished with the order and said that was it. Su was greatly surprised and asked that she had such skills. Ning replied that she has deep knowledge in rope tying. Su said that he also has deep knowledge. They could have a deeper discussion. But suddenly someone burst into the room looking for a guy named Su. The guy was surprised and asked who else had come to them. How dare Su do something against the prince? The prince said it was General Yuichi, and Su will be dead. Su thought that this guy was the great general of the Chu country, 8th layer of the heaven realm, Yuichi wide. Yuichi told Su that the old man thought of him as a master, but spit on him now. But he dared to take inch. Emperor Chu would not tolerate it. Didn't General Yuichi ask for the reason? Yuichi replied that he didn't care about the reason. The old man only saw that he had fallen below treachery, so let him prepare for the funeral. And then Su said he finally realized what was going on today. Chu Tianming, this guy is really good. Not only is he a shadow traveler, but he is also quite dodgy and agile. Yuichi asked the guy, how dare he directly call the emperor's name? This is disrespecting the emperor. This is a first-degree crime. Ning came to the defense and told the enemy not to dare touch his master. One also came and supported him, telling him not to dare to touch him. Huang told the master not to panic. There are 2 of them. Yuichi replied that the guy is guarded by 2 heaven realm protectors of no small power. However, are they thinking of stopping him? Yuichi jumped on them and said that was ridiculous. Huang used defense and replied that it was very bad. He doesn't believe that he can't stop one person of the heaven realm. Yuichi applied his punches and was telling them to get out of his way. His strength was actually great, and Huang and Ning were unable to resist him. Yuichi said that 2 people of the heaven realm can't compare to him. After all, he is the 8th level of the heaven realm, and no one can save Su today. Su stretched his arms and said that indeed, in terms of realm, with the exception of Li Qiufeng who has a level 9 heavenly realm, no one would be able to surpass him. And in that case he can only. Yuichi said that only now does he know how to beg for mercy. But it's too late for that. Su replied that he could only save himself. Yuichi asked in surprise, save himself? He doesn't think he can survive with the help of the 1st level of the earth realm. Su raised his hand and told him not to worry. Let him wait for a moment. The system immediately said that all the skills were filled. The system immediately congratulated him for advancing to the 10th level of the earth realm. Su became even stronger at this moment, and was even confident in his abilities. Su turned to General Yuichi and asked, does he now see how strong he is? Yuichi replied and said that he really has the strength of the 10th realm of the earth. It seems that he hides it well. Su replied that he is a reserved person and has always hidden it. The guy realized that he would survive. He could rely on this trick to catch him off guard. Yuichi told the guy that if he was able to reach the 10th level of the earth realm at such a young age, he really did have some talents. But there's only one outcome for the heavenly realm, and that's victory. Yuichi attacked the guy right away and told Su to die. Su felt that this attack was so fast, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He would have to fight. Su stood in front of him and said that he would take his blow. And against Yuichi's attack, he used a protective seal. But Yuichi's attack was so strong that Su felt such power. Even his protective seal didn't help. Su understood that if it wasn't for his multi-level defense, he would have been seriously injured, if not even died from this blow. Yuichi decided to attack again and was saying that even with his earth realm, he was able to withstand such a heavy blow. One shouted to his master to be careful, but Ning was telling her master to get out of there. Su asked, killing him? He's not good enough yet. And with a motion of his finger, he told the enemy that the sword was already behind him. Yuichi didn't understand at first, but then turned around to see the sword. Su immediately told him to die. Yuichi said he couldn't die here, and decided he had to dodge. But the sword caught his arm and hurt him badly. Yuichi said that Su suddenly damaged an artery in his arm, and it almost killed him. Su replied, what a pity. This is worthy of a level 8 heaven realm man, to be in the air and be able to dodge. Yuichi got really angry and said he was a nasty boy, he hurt his arm, and now he's going to turn him into ashes. Su was surprised and asked him, did he think only the sword was prepared for him? Yuichi asked, what? Su apologized with a smile and said that he had really only prepared a single sword. After saying goodbye, he informed him that that was it for today. They would meet again in the near future. Yuichi got angry and said that he had been badly fooled, and with a thump on the ground, he asked for him to come back. A large amount of water gathered around them that Su needed to swim to move. Yuichi shouted at him that he wouldn't let him go. Swimming to the other side, Su said it was too dangerous. Luckily, he escaped quickly or it would have ended badly. And the 8th level of the celestial realm was really hard to deal with. But the system replied to him that it was wrong. Isn't this the palace of the magic fox? And they didn't run away. He's still in the palace. Su said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Chu Tianming and General Yuichi must be looking for him in the city right now. They absolutely can't imagine that he hasn't left the palace. The system asked, is this the legendary darkness under the lights? Su replied that is correct. Let him learn from his master. He is an expert when it comes to escaping. The system told the guy that he got away, getting rid of his sense of superiority. Su replied that since Chu Tianming had allowed himself to make a move against him, he would do something about his concubine. Opening the doors, Su turned to Fox and told him to come out to serve his master. Qing asked him, didn't he run away? She was worried about him. Was she really worried about him? And touching her face said that he thought she wanted him to never come back after running away. Qing hugged him and replied that she was now master's pet. So of course she was worried about him. Today's master had used a technique from the earth realm to seriously injure a heaven realm level 8 Oki general, and heroically retreated. It was truly amazing. He had completely conquered everything. Su started laughing and said that this was only the 8th level of the heaven realm. When he becomes stronger, he will kill him. Qing replied that she believed that master could do it. Su sat on the duong and asked how he could increase his strength. He had already reached the 10th level of the earth realm. Skill points increased strength but did not give him a realm level increase. He would have to think of other ways. Qing was looking at him at this time and saw his master thinking a lot, and it was so attractive. Su asked Qing if there were any powerful techniques in her clan. Qing replied that there were 2 main schools in their clan, the School of Illusion and the School of Physical Arts. Her sister specialized in illusion and she specialized in physical arts. The main technique of the physical art school is called 100 Battle Tactics, which is a heaven-level technique. Su asked with surprise, a heaven-level technique? And let him say, how powerful is the 100 Battle Technique? Qing replied that the 100 Martial Technique is the highest martial technique of the Fox clan. Once perfected, the body's combat potential would be pushed to the limit. Not only will your speed be greatly improved, but every part of your body can become extremely hard and destructive. But Su stopped her and asked what she had just said. Every part of the body would become extremely hard? Qing asked the master what was the matter. Su replied that it was nothing, he just thought of a funny use. Let him quickly teach him the 100 battle technique. Qing agreed and replied that the secret of the technique and told everything in detail. Su said that he understands. He has 1,000,000 skill points. When he learns it, he will become the strongest in an instant. Su asked the girl if it was hard or not. Qing replied to the master that it was really hard and let her not move anymore. Su replied that even the hair on his legs is so stiff. This technique is really the best. Qing told the master that he pricked himself and even his hands were swollen. Su replied that he would compensate her later. Now that he had learned the technique of 100 battles, it was time to meet General Yuchi again. In the imperial palace, the emperor himself shouted and said that they were a talentless bunch of trash. They still haven't found Su Cheng. The prince replied to his father that this little Su must have been afraid of General Yuchi. It might even be that he had already fled the kingdom. The emperor told his son to shut his stinking mouth. If Su runs away, how can he learn his secret from him? That secret must be his. The prince replied that Su must still be in the kingdom, and his father would be able to learn his secret. A servant came in and told the emperor that there was news about Su Cheng. The emperor immediately told him to speak. The servant replied that Su had summoned General Yuchi to fight tomorrow at noon. The emperor asked in surprise, Su dared to publicly defy General Yuchi? And they were still worried that they wouldn't be able to find him. He did not expect him to take the initiative and beg for death, it was true. The emperor immediately slapped him and told him to shut up. The prince didn't expect this from his father and let out a tear. The emperor said he was an idiot. Su was able to kill General Yuchi with the Earth Realm before, but he was still lagging behind physically. And now that he dared to challenge publicly, it means that he is confident that he can defeat General Yuchi. Defeating General Yuchi? How is that possible? Had his strength increased so quickly, it had only been a few days after all? A servant told His Majesty not to forget that Su had a big secret, and they must carefully consider everything in advance. In the event that Chu really defeats General Yuchi, no one else in the kingdom would be able to stop him. The emperor told the servant to go to Juin Mountain immediately and bring Mr. Guest here, but that would cost them a great deal of money. The emperor replied that he could think of nothing else. Su must die, and what's more, what if they manage to find out Su's secret? No matter how great the cost, the servant said he would go to Mount Juin immediately. The prince asked his father who Master Guest was. Would he be able to handle Su? The emperor replied that he had no need to know anything except that Mr. Gausta was outside the celestial realm. Outside the heavenly realm? Great. That little Su Cheng is already dead. The emperor has seen that every time they ask for Mr. Guest's help, besides various jewels, he asks for a new title. If he is not satisfied with the new title, he can turn him, the idiot, into a corpse. After arriving at the temple, Danqing Su said that he had returned. Huang and Ning were overjoyed to see the master. Huang asked the master why he had publicly challenged General Yuchi. General Yuchi had already recovered from his injuries, so it was unwise to challenge him now. Did they think that their master couldn't be an opponent to General Yuchi? Su told them not to worry. If a master publicly challenged, then he was confident in his abilities. Has the master's strength increased again? He is an incredible master. For him, increasing his strength is like drinking a glass of water. Su told the old man to stop following him. Tomorrow is going to be a big battle. He is going to have a good rest and energize himself. But suddenly Janran came up and asked the guy, did he come back? She thought he was dead. Su replied that she obviously cares for him, but she's tough on him. And he's learned a new technique. Doesn't she want to learn from him? Or is she afraid she won't succeed? Su told her that they should go and see which was harder, her mouth or his movements. Janran asked him how stiff can he be? She doesn't believe it. People gathered in the center of the city and said that Su had challenged General Yuchi. Does he really think he can win? The guy replied that in his mind, Su didn't know he couldn't hide anymore. So he publicly defied, hoping to be forgiven. Let them just look at General Yuchi's murderous aura. He would definitely not be forgiven. Su would die if he dared to come. Ning said it was past noon, why hasn't Master come yet? What kind of movement did the Master teach Yanran? Does it really take so long? One said that a master is worthy of being a master, and the new techniques are so great that they really make students admire and envy him. Ning replied that the master wasn't here right now, so he didn't need to flatter him. Juan asked her, what does she know? The highest level of flattery is to flatter regardless if the master or not. And she should flatter sincerely, with true feelings and true love. The prince told his father that the time has passed. Su hasn't come yet. Is he afraid to come? The emperor replied that Su is arrogant and unbridled. He said he will definitely come. We have to wait a little longer. The emperor hoped and thought that he must come. Su must die before his eyes so that he would be at peace. Yanran heard their conversation at this time and realized that the master wasn't arrogant. Suddenly, out of the blue, Su came in and said they were all blind, and he was a little late. Let them just look at their faces as if he owed them money. The emperor was surprised and realized beforehand that this guy was really coming. The prince told his father to take a look. Su's legs were shaking. This little guy must be terribly frightened at heart. Janran saw his condition and thought, didn't the master rest last night? What happened to him? Ning said that the master was in bad shape. Could it be that the new techniques were extremely difficult? Huang replied that it seemed like yesterday's discussion was very tense. However, based on the master's strength, cultivation base, and farsightedness, even if he is poorly rested, he will definitely win. Su realized that he had underestimated Yanran's potential. He thought that, after learning new techniques, he would be able to get rid of her, but he didn't expect to be beaten day and night. He'd never seen Janran so strong before. So this is what it's like to meet a strong one. Yuchi turned to Su and said that he didn't expect him to actually dare to come. He thought that Su would only dare to take the initiative to challenge when he broke through to the heavenly realm, but he didn't expect it to happen like this. Is he here to beg for mercy? Su told the warrior not to be silly. It's time to start. Once he finished the fight, he would go rest. He was so tired. Yuchi started attacking and yelling at the guy that he was crazy. Don't let him think he can get away with it a second time. Today he'll die under his iron fist. Su replied that his new technique failed to deal with Yanran, but he doesn't believe that he can't deal with him. Su immediately used his solidification technique and attacked Yuchi's fist. After that, there was an explosion. Yuchi was greatly surprised and asked how he was able to stop his iron fist. Su exhaled and said as he blocked, he seems to be slowly regaining the confidence he lost with Yanran. Yuchi attacked again and asked, how could the Earth realm compare in strength to him? He must have just gotten lucky. Now they would see if he could block it. Su also threw himself back and asked, luck? Well, now they will look at that luck then. Yuchi used his fist first, then went leg and finally said that he couldn't believe Su had such a hard head. People asked that Su was actually equal to General Yuchi, the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Didn't this mean that the gulf between the Earth Realm and the Heaven Realm was like the difference between heaven and earth? When did these realms have time to compare? The emperor said that this must be Su's big secret that increased his strength in just a few days. The emperor hoped he must die. That secret would be his. And then Huang said they were a bunch of ignoramuses. It's business as usual for his master. He is not surprised. Ning said the master had risen like that. Then there is hope for her revenge. She went after the wrong man. This is her master. But with every attack by Yuchi, Su found something to match. The warrior said that it wasn't a coincidence. He really has the strength to fight him. Su said that he was so strong already. If he breaks through to the celestial realm, he will become invincible in all of southern Xinjiang. Yuchi said as he admits that he underestimated him. With the same cultivation base that he has, he's not as ignorant as the rumors say. He's an unearthly genius. Su was surprised and asked that General Yuchi was complimenting him, thus admitting defeat. Yuchi replied that he had fought hundreds of different battles in his life, and each time he was willing to give his life. But to admit defeat, never. He praises him because he is the one worthy of his strongest technique. Everyone knows that he fights this world with iron fists, but who knows he's also the strongest swordsman. Su has earned his respect. Tonight, in this fight for life, he'll take the guy down. Su said that he was honored to receive his respect. And in that case, let him experience the strongest strike of the 8th level of the celestial world. Yuchi pounced on him and was telling the guy to be careful. His strongest punch was coming, but Su pointed his knife straight at him and ordered him to attack, and pointed his fingers straight at Yuchi. Yuchi didn't expect this. He tried to hold on until the last. But Su's knife shattered his blade and went through his shoulder. Su asked if he was sure. Yuchi replied that he thanked him for his mercy. He could be wrong, but if he had moved the flying sword a couple of centimeters, the blade would have gone through his heart, right? Su replied that he had a sharp eye. Yuchi confessed and said that he had lost. People started shouting that Su had won. With the initial level of the earthly world, he decisively defeated the 8th level of the heavenly world. But one of the people present asked everyone, they keep calling Su Cheng by his name. Are they fed up with living? It's their noble master Su after all. Yen Ran was impressed by him and saw that their master was so strong. With his help, she and her sister would have a chance to reclaim Kongman Mountain. The prince was telling his father that this kid Su won. What should they do? Maybe he's preparing to strike right at them. The emperor got angry and told him to shut his mouth. Let him be quiet until Ho Sung brings Mr. Guest. The prince said it was right. They still have Mr. Guest. He exists outside the celestial stage. When he's here, Su will be dead. The emperor thought, what if Su took advantage of the situation? He would oust that jerk and cool the Su's ardor. Even at the cost of his life, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Mr. Guest only cares about the corpse. Su turned to General Yuchi and said that there was no need to be disappointed. He would be able to strike in a second and a half just because of the strength of his weapons, and under other conditions, he's no match for them. Yuchi replied that defeat was defeat, and there was nothing to say. He hadn't killed him, so what would he do with him? Su immediately threw the bottle into his hands and told him to take it. Yuchi was surprised and asked, "What is this extra healing elixir? What is he trying to say with this?" Su replied that the reason why he didn't kill him was because he is a pillar of the kingdom. Even if he wants to die, he needs to do it on the battlefield so that death is considered honorable. It would be a pity to die in such a duel because of a stupid emperor. Yuchi replied to the boy that he had not only saved his life, but also understood him. Yuchi told Master Su that he was convinced of his defeat. In the future, if asked, he wouldn't hesitate to do anything. Su told General Yuchi that he spoke too highly of him. Let him recover from his wounds as soon as possible. The kingdom will need him. Yuchi replied that he was going back to the border, and it was time for him to say goodbye to Grand Master Su. Su was overjoyed that he had succeeded. He had conquered another heavenly realm and could fight with it, so he would definitely be able to find a good use for it in the future. People surrounded him and said that they had realized long ago that Master Su was not a pond. As expected, he had turned into a dragon as soon as he met the storm. Su rejoiced and realized that these guys knew how to make the most of the situation. And then the emperor came out and said that it was a great blessing for the people of Chu to have Su as the master of their country. Su replied that the emperor was happy, but he was a little sad. Inexplicably, he was provoked at home for no reason, forcing him to wander around outside for days. Su realized that this Chu Tianming old fox really knows how to pretend. He thinks that he doesn't know that this is all arranged by him. And then the emperor replied that he would give Master Su an explanation. Soldiers, let him take the crown prince and put him in the heavenly prison. The prince was surprised at this and asked his father what he wished. Aren't they waiting for Mr. Ghost? But the emperor punched him and told him to shut up. The emperor ordered the soldiers to seize him and take him away immediately. And he saw that his son had almost told everyone about Mr. Ghost. Li thought at this moment, what did this Chu Aofing just say? Mr. Ghost? Is this the plan they had set up? Ning thought at this moment, did she hear correctly, Mr. Ghost? The emperor told Su that he had sent the crown prince to the heavenly prison. What does he propose to do to him? He took the liberty of insulting him so he can kill him if he wants. Su replied that they had better rest while he was tired from fighting. Su realized that this Chu Tianming was ruthless enough to stall for time. He was using his son to insult him. He alone was quite enough. The emperor became very angry after saying such words and told Master Su to take care of himself. Huang followed the master and asked him to wait for him. Ning thought, if it really is that guy, what should she do? The emperor thought that Su was not worried. He would give him a good rest. Then Mr. Ghost will arrive and can rest forever. Huang asked the master, did he just forget about it like that? Just because the prince took matters into his own hands, All of this was obviously arranged by Chu Tianming. Of course not, no. But now is not the time. The day he breaks through the heaven realm, the Chu kingdom will be destroyed. At that time, he will change the Chu kingdom. Not even that, the entire southern border of the sky will change. Huang said that the master was too modest. How can a mere southern border accommodate him? Master is a man who wants to dominate the entire continent. Su ordered him that he should now go back to refining the pills. He wants to break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. This fellow Chu Tianming must have organized a plan to eliminate him. Huang immediately ran over and said that he would go and prepare the herbs. Ning realized that if the master broke through to the heavenly realm, would he be able to handle this person? At this time in the Danqing temple, Su had been practicing all the time, and without hesitation or frustration, he used all the medicines. But suddenly he started spitting blood and thought that he was still stuck. The heavenly realm really wasn't that easy to break through, and this strong effect of cultivating pills is useless to him. We need to intensify their effect. He asked Huanzhen if there was an elixir that was best for breaking through to the realms of the heavens, and it was a pill of 3 colors. Just the other ingredients of the 3-flower ginseng pill are easy to collect, but the main ingredient, tricolor ginseng, is an extremely rare medicinal herb. It is very difficult to find in the southern border. Chu Tianming could go against him at any moment. He must, as soon as possible, break through to the heaven realm, but the tricolor ginseng is not easy to find. What should they do about it? And then one came in and told the master that there was someone outside who wanted to see him. Su asked another gift giver, right? The usual rules. Let him leave their offering, but don't look at the person. Huang told the master that he thought Su should meet this person because Lin Yulu's girlfriend came. Su was immediately surprised and asked about Miss Lin who couldn't get what she wanted. Let him quickly let her in. Huang replied to the master to watch his temper. His figure in front of Miss Lin is the personality of a man with an extraordinary temperament. Su said that he almost forgot, and ordered Huang to let Ms. Lin come in. Huang replied that a decent master has good acting skills, and he would tell Ms. Lin to come in. Huang led her in and told her that Ms. Lin was here. Lin was glad that she saw him again. He was still as proud and valiant as ever. Su said that he understood and ordered Huang that he should go downstairs. The old man replied to the master that this model, let him continue with it. Lin said that she welcomed Mr. Su. He replied to Ms. Lin that there was no need to be formal. As the saying goes, Su realized that things like pretending to be an important person were too easy for him. But seeing Ms. Lin's breasts, he immediately fixed his eye on her. And then Su said to Miss Lin that he was really sorry. Seeing her again, he realized that her character was even better than last time, so it surprised him for a moment. He apologizes. Su realized immediately that they were even more than last time. Who could stand it? Lin immediately thanked him for the compliment. She saw that Mr. Su really was different from other men. He didn't hide it, but said it straightforwardly. This is another proof that he is a man with an open heart after all. Has General Lin's wound healed? He realized that he could not look lower, he must control his eyes. Lin replied that thanks to the Lord's life-sustaining pills, her father's injuries had healed and he would be able to recover in just a few days. Su said that it was nothing special. Lin replied that it was a small thing to Mr. Su, but to her Lin family it was a real gift, and so she came especially to pay her respects, and may he accept the gift. Su started to refuse and said that he was helping out of respect for General Ling Xiu. He would never take a gift from her. And he saw tricolored ginseng in the box. Lin said that he was worthy of a patriarch-level pill refiner. He recognized it at first sight. It had been inherited in the Lin family, but no one had been able to refine it, so she was offering it to him to find a good use for it. Su wondered why he didn't ask first what kind of gift it was. What should he do? If he accepted it, wouldn't he lose his reputation? Lin said that she realizes that it's not enough to thank him for saving the Lin family. But she also knows that a man as noble and pure as him doesn't think about gifts. But it's a small token of appreciation from her Lin family. If he doesn't accept it, her father will blame her. Su said that in that case, he couldn't make things difficult for her, so he would make an exception and accept the gift. Lin thanked him for making an exception for her. Lin thought that Mr. Su said that he made an exception for her. Does that mean she is a special person in his heart? Su saw what a good girl she was. In a difficult time, she took a big step for him. Lin told Sue that she couldn't stay here for long. She might have to come back soon. Before he said goodbye, did he wish to say anything to her? Sue said for her to tell General Lin that he will visit him another day. He understood that she was leaving so soon, but he couldn't seem to ask her to stay according to her personality. Lin said that she understood everything and would definitely convey everything to her father. In that case, she would leave him immediately. Lin was surprised at the fact that he didn't even let her stay. And Sue thought that he didn't want to make the same mistake and miss her again. And then Sue turned to her and said that he knew she didn't have much time. But could she stay for one day? Lin rejoiced and replied that if for one day it was doable. Sue said that Ms. Lin said she would stay for one day. She's really leaving in 24 hours. Why can't she stay a few more days? Could it be that she was disappointed by his behavior? Huang told Master that his disciple had relayed that Miss Ling Yu had left the city. Sue jumped out and asked, "Didn't she say anything when she left?" Huang replied that, as expected of him, the master had guessed everything. Ms. Lin really has something to tell him. She said that she was very happy today. Sue interjected, "Was she happy today? Did she really mean that he had made her comfortable?" And then Sue started laughing and said he told Juan, "How could any woman be disappointed in him?" Huang repeated that it was all the work of a master. It only took one day to feed Ms. Lin. He admires him so much. And yes, Miss Lin also said she expects him to reach the peak of the southern border. Sue replied that this gentle girl even has such high expectations for him. Then there is no way he can let her down. Has the 3-flower pill been prepared yet? Huang replied to the master that it is so wonderful. It's all thanks to the 3-flower ginseng from Miss Lin. Otherwise, he doesn't know how long he would have had to wait to prepare this pill. Sue said that he could feel Ms. Yuelu's heart in this pill. Now he wants to break through to the heavenly realm with this pill. Juan told the master that he would be outside the door guarding him. He felt that women are the greatest motivation for men to get ahead. Sue immediately took this magic pill and proceeded to do a lot of work to try to make a breakthrough. The system popped up and said that it congratulated him for breaking through to the first level of the celestial realm. Sue at this point got very excited and said that everything had worked. He was able to get in here. The system popped up again and said he congratulated the host on officially joining the path of the powerful. An extra reward in the grand winning lottery. Sue asked with surprise, "Another lottery?" And he remembers that the last time he won 1 million points. Does the system think his luck will turn around this time? The system stood its ground and told the guy not to even dream of such a chance. And this time luck smiled on him. If he wins the grand prize again, he'll eat his shit. Sue asked him, does he want to cheat on food and water? Okay, if the system wants to eat, he will fulfill his needs. Now he will show him what it means to be chosen. The system told him not to be so sure. He has no idea how many hosts there were trying to get him to do that, and one of them didn't succeed in this endeavor, and he was no exception. Sue replied that no, that means he will be the first one who can. Sue pressed the button without hesitation and waited for the wheel to respond, while the system trembled with excitement and said that it wouldn't happen. Immediately the wheel stopped on the big prize. The system screamed in pain that he couldn't believe it. He had won the lottery again. Sue started dancing for joy and saying that he was lucky again. He told the system that he would be the first one to make it. The system said the guy won the grand prize twice, that's impossible. And God must be messing with him. Sue opened the system and said that he would see how strong the divine level skill was, which could be called the supreme prize along with 1 million skill points. And then he saw that he had a lightning speed ability. It's a divine level ability. Who would be able to stop him if he ran with this ability? Sue told the system at once to hurry up and raise this skill to the maximum level. The system asked to the maximum level, but this time it turns him down because he can't. Sue asked with surprise, "Can't it? Why is that? He has 1 million points." The system asked back, "What's so special about 1 million points? Let him see for himself." Sue read and was surprised to start saying, "To upgrade to level 2 you have to spend 100,000 points. And 1 million to upgrade to level 3. The system started to taunt him and asked the guy if he could see. Lightning fast movement skills are divine level skills. Takes 1 million skill points to upgrade to max level. Don't let him fool himself. Sue said it was very expensive. and ordered the system to promote him to level 2 to begin with. The system replied that it is possible to upgrade to level 2, but impossible to upgrade to level 3. The system said it congratulates the host. Su spent 100,000 points to pump lightning move to level 2. The system asked the guy, is he confident in his abilities? Let him not be arrogant even when he had so many points. In their world system, things worth more than 1,000,000 skill points are like sand. The system said that's why he should be more humble. At the same time, to respect the system, he must get rid of the points. Su asked him, is he still trying to teach him? Maybe he had forgotten something? And then the system remembered and said yes. How could she forget about it? He was worrying too much. Su grabbed her and replied to let her remind him. He remembered her saying she'd eat shit in case he won the lottery. The system replied to Su that he said that to lighten the atmosphere so that he would relax. And by doing so, he had won. He only helped him by saying that. Su said then thanked him and he would make him eat a freshly baked piece. How lucky he is. And suddenly just next to them a dog walked by and did his thing on the road. The system started running away and asking where did this dog come from? It all happened so abruptly, and suggested we eat sometime later. Su grabbed her and said no, it's necessary for the plot. And let her not drag it out and get her winnings or she'll get cold feet. And immediately began to slowly bring it to the turd. The system was screaming don't. And he was wrong and it was okay to let him go. Su said it was too late. But suddenly Huang rushed in and shouted to the master that there was trouble. Su was surprised and asked what was going on. The system opened its eyes and saw that he was saved. Huang replied that Master Chu Tianming had recently relayed to them the words that the prince had died a brutal death in the dungeon. Su was surprised and asked Chu Aofeng dead? Huang replied that yes, that's what Chu Tianming told them. He said that the prince insulted the master, and he wants the master to go and see if he can find who killed the prince or not. Su asked with surprise, should he go? But it seems that Chu Tian's reinforcements are already ready to go. And of course he is ruthless enough to take the bait. But he did not hesitate to kill his own son. Wan replied that it was certain he must have set a trap in the dungeon this time to kill him. And he would go to the emperor and tell him that the master could not go. Su said he shouldn't, he wants to go. Chu Tianming is so generous to invite him. Is it possible for him to refuse? Huang replied to the master that it won't be that easy. He will get into trouble if he goes there thoughtlessly. Su said that the emperor was preparing, and he himself was also preparing. He said that the heavenly realm would be destroyed the day he got into it. And now the time has come. Huang asked the master, had he broken through to the heavenly realm? Then it's all good. Even being in the earth realm, he can defeat the 8th level of the heaven realm, and now he will be unrivaled. And he will go with him. And then Su told the old man that he would go alone. Huang was surprised and asked the master what he thought, that he thought he would only be in the way. Su replied that no, he just didn't want to be hurt. And may his triumph await him. Huang told the master that he was worried about him. He cared for him so much. He would do anything to protect their home and would wait for his return. Su wondered in a moment, why did the good relationship between teacher and student start to sound like brotherly love? He must get out of here, for he can't take any chances. Otherwise, he'll be faster. But suddenly he found the prince's body and thought that maybe the cause of death was this ring in his forehead. But where is this energy coming from? And then the emperor told him that his son was not very strong, but he could not die like that. And the master is fluent in medicine. And he now asks the master to find out the cause of his poor son's death and allow him to avenge it later. Su replied to his majesty not to worry. He will do his best, and have him guide him to the right place. The boy saw that the emperor was acting, but at least he could shed a tear, so disrespectful of him. The emperor replied that his son is inside the dungeon. Let the master go ahead as a sign of respect. Su didn't refuse and agreed. In the moment, he thought that the emperor's son was dead but still in the dungeon. Every fool knows that it is a trap. Su started to walk and suddenly turned around and asked, won't they go with him? The emperor replied that he would not go because it was a coffin. And then the emperor told Su that he knew the guy was good at running away. But right now he has nowhere to run to. The emperor said his guests were waiting for him inside. Let him enjoy. Su asked, there is no way to either earth or heaven. He can get out of here without a teleporter. but he wants to see what guests are waiting for him there and why he is so sure of them. Su started walking, and on the way, he asked why there were no prisoners in the dungeon. Is he afraid of something? And Chu Tianming can't be conscientious. He thinks he doesn't care about the lives of the prisoners. After all, he even killed his son. In the moment, he saw the body and thought that the cause of death was that ring in his forehead. But where is this energy coming from? Su released his energy and thought that maybe Ning Yan's Luga is a ghost. Su asked Ning. Chuang's corpse was shrouded in an intense ghostly aura. Does she know what it could be related to? Ning asked with surprise. Yi Yu's ghost? It could be, and immediately she answered the master to run away from here. It's very dangerous here. Su asked her what was wrong. Why is she so scared? Ning replied that she would explain everything to him later. It was time to run away. But suddenly he heard a strange sound start behind them. It was the prince. But he was possessed by a ghost. Ning saw the ghost and shouted to the master to be careful. When he turned around, he saw the prince attacking him. Ning was greatly frightened and shouted in fear to her master to run away. But turning around, she saw Su knocking the ghost down. Su said that one death wasn't enough. He jumped up and took it once more. He is so restless. Ning told the master that it was good that he was in one piece. She was really scared. Su replied that he didn't know what he was afraid of there. But he could tell that she had nothing to be afraid of when he was around. Ning thanked the master and said that she wasn't hiding anything from him. But Chu Aofing was shrouded in a ghost. Suddenly a ghost appeared and said it was her. The boys did not expect this and covered their faces. Ning got really scared and said that the ghost is really here. Su replied that it looks like he is the special guest. And how does Ning know him? And then the ghost showed his appearance and said that after 7 centuries they had met again. Su was surprised and asked, "What? 7 centuries?" Ning answered the master that he was the one who turned her into a ghost 700 years ago. He realized it turns out that he was the one who turned Chu Aofing into a zombie. Ghost replied that he initially wanted to get this body for himself to be reborn in, but he was too weak physically, so his ceiling was to be a zombie. Su asked with surprise, to be reborn in a body? Is this his secret to longevity? The ghost answered exactly that. Throughout this time, he had been searching for someone who could be the right vessel for him. The ghost said that Su would defeat Chu Ao with a single blow. This meant that he was physically well developed. If he could obtain his body, he would be able to live for another 100 years. This trek to the mountains was not wasted. But then Ning stood up for the master and told him not to touch, and ordered the master to make him run away. The ghost asked her, is she here to apprehend him? Would she be able to? Maybe she'd forgotten, but he was his first master. Ning replied that she never considered him as her master, only an enemy. And today she would not allow him to harm her master, even if her soul. Immediately Su stopped her and told her not to say such words. He told her that she was under his protection and no one would hurt her. Ning told the master that he was very strong. He reached the realm of heaven 700 years ago. She considers him her master, which means her revenge is his revenge. And no matter who stands in front of him, he will help her get her revenge. Ghost said he appreciates the guy's confidence because it reminds him of him when he was younger. The guy's body is getting better and better for him every second. Su replied to the ghost that if he liked it, let him come and take it. There's no time to waste. The ghost said he didn't need to go near them because there was someone who would do it for him, and directed his energy at Nin's head. Su was surprised and asked what? Ning at this time screamed in pain and asked the master, what's going on? She can't control herself. Su got angry and asked what he had done to her. The ghost replied that the spell was still working. He said he was her first master. Sure, he can't completely control her, but he can get her to do things for him. Su took up his sword and told the ghost to stop now. The ghost answered him not to worry. Seeing his blood, she would stop. After all, he was her new master now. The ghost immediately gave her orders to attack. Ning screamed at the master to hit her. She doesn't want to hurt him, but Su didn't even move away and stood still. Ning attacked him and let the master's blood flow and immediately cried. The ghost told the guy if he could see, he didn't fool him. She stopped when she saw his blood. Ning asked the master why he didn't fight back. Su replied that it was because he couldn't do that to her. And then Su picked her up and told her not to blame herself. And that's their first negative contact. He even liked it. Su told her to go back to the shower amulet and rest. He would take it from here. Ning told the master to promise that nothing would happen to him. Su replied that he was giving her his word. The ghost started clapping and saying after saying that, "What a heartbreaking scene of a master and servant. She's so ruthless. Let her see what kind of injury he received at her hands. He'll make her clean up his body." Su replied not to worry. He won't waste a bit of effort as he is about to meet his death. After all, 700 years Ning has hated him all this time. He wants to end this hatred with his death. The ghost asked in surprise, is he going to die? He can't even imagine how many people wanted to kill him all this time. And as he sees it, he's still alive. Does the boy know why? Because they all died before they reached him. And waving his hand addressed the zombie army that their way out. At the same second, zombies suddenly appeared and directly surrounded Su from different directions. Su said he thought he had all the prisoners. It turns out he turned them all into zombies. The ghost said that in order to refine these heaven realm zombies, he spent most of his life. But it's not so terrible. Soon he will renew his body with his own. And ordered the zombies to grab his body and bring it to him. Su said surprisingly, they were all heaven realm zombies. And turned to the system saying that since he had climbed to this level, let him improve it to the maximum level of the heaven realm. The system took him only a second and went straight to urgent improvement. Su said that they are all sentenced to death. Even if they die, they must be reborn and become human. And let them not become what he sees them as now. And today he will surpass them. Su started to destroy them all and Ghost asked him, what was he still hiding his potential? He has a perfect 10th level heaven realm body. Ghost said that guy's body would be his. Once he gets his body, he will become much stronger. Su replied that the lightning move would be a surprise to them, but it was still early. He would wait for a better moment. A 1-2 punch. After destroying all of them, he said he had killed them all. Ghost replied that was impressive. He had defeated all those zombies without a scratch. Su said that they were all being transferred. It was his turn too, old man. The ghost replied that he didn't have the perfect vessel yet. How could he want to be reborn mortal shackles? The energy of these zombies joined together and tied Su from different directions. Su asked, what is all this? He can't get out. The ghost replied for him to keep his power. It's an ability from the institution. He can only use 1/10 of all that power. But that's more than enough to capture him. A little boy of the 10th level of the heaven realm. Su asked in surprise, institution? The ghost replied that he thought it was the realm's pinnacle of cultivation. And for a true cultivator, the celestial realm is still mortal. Only outside the heaven realm is it considered to have truly entered the path of cultivation. And the starting point of that path is the establishment. Su said that it turns out that there is still such a vast world above the heavenly realm. The ghost replied that if he wished to go there, then let him give him his body, and he would show him the world of true cultivation. Su told Ghost-san that there was no need for that. He can handle this task on his own, and straight away he disappeared before the ghost's eyes. Ghost was surprised and didn't realize what had happened. But Su used the teleport and plunged his blade into his chest. Su told Ghost that it seems he is still subject to death, and is afraid of his blade. He has nothing to worry about. The ghost asked the guy how he got out of that ability. Su pulled out his blade and answered him to keep his head down. Let him just know that the time has come for him to atone for all his sins for the past 7 centuries. Su said that this was revenge for the pain he had caused Ning for 7 centuries. And this was revenge for the other people he had hurt. Su cut him open and said that this blow he will get for wanting to take his body. His body is only available for girls, and a final blow with his sword would send him to his rest. The ghost asked him that he wanted to kill him while on the pitiful heavenly level. Ghost released his hand and grabbed the guy by the throat. Su felt that his arms and legs were broken, but he could still fight back. The ghost told Su that he had exceeded his expectations. He could even bring him to a state where he used the establishment stage. He is the Lord of the Ghost, calling him the strongest in the heavenly kingdom. Su replied so he wouldn't deceive himself. He's ashamed of himself for doing so, and with a motion of his finger, he directed energy to the sword. The ghost said he still had the guts to talk to him like that, trying to buy time. His teleportation ability is impressive, but is there a cooldown on it? Too bad he can't wait for it. And then Su replied, She has a cooldown, but this one doesn't, and immediately thrust his sword into his head, told him to die immediately and end his life. The ghost was surprised and said that he knew how to use the magic power of the sword. Su freed himself and asked, "Who is he?" "He's someone he won't get." He pulled out his blade and replied that he was not an easy opponent. If it wasn't for the magic power of the sword and teleportation, things would have been very bad. But he was one step ahead. Su asked, "And what was so cool about being half in an institution?" "Just a little more and he would get to that level." Su said, "Mr. Ghost is dead. She is free to go." Ning immediately appeared and revealed herself. Ning asked the master if he was okay. Su asked in response, how could he not be fine? He had avenged himself on her. Ning asked with surprise that helped her get revenge. "Does that mean Mr. Ghost is dead?" Su replied that he always keeps his word that he gave to the girl. He told her that he would help her. Ning cried hard and said that after 7 centuries he was finally dead. Her revenge had been accomplished. Ning immediately hugged the master and thanked him for his help. Su replied that she was his maid, so he should have helped her. Su said it's okay. Let her cry if she wants to. His shoulders will serve as her support. Ning replied that she wouldn't cry anymore. She should be happy. After all, the master had helped her get revenge. He is very grateful to him. Let him ask her for whatever she wants. Su asked that he could do anything. Ning replied that if he wanted something and she had it, she would do whatever she could. Su said it's cool. Then he would take her with him. Ning had already realized what the master wanted and became embarrassed. But Su stepped aside and asked her if she could help him collect the loot. Ning was surprised at once. Su told her to hurry up. He's still worried that he won't be able to finish the search alone. And they might have something useful even though they are prisoners. And suggested, tie them up. He'll take that old bastard. Ning immediately said that he would listen to the master. And then she realized that the master didn't understand what she meant. Su started laughing and said he must definitely have something covered. And looking in his pockets asked he grabbed something? Something solid? And quite large. He immediately pulled it out and asked with surprise. A metal plate? Why does he need this plate? Could it be some kind of treasure? Su wondered what this thing was for, and letting the magic flow said that he would inspect it from the inside. But nothing was unclear to him. Was he carrying this metal thing around with him for good luck? He immediately threw it away and said, "That's bullshit." But suddenly it started to shine hard and he saw it. Su said that it was the text of the Dragon Kingdom. Ning asked the master, after all, this wouldn't have been left by his ancestors in the Dragon Realm. Su replied that they would find out now. Suddenly, symbols appeared in front of them. He immediately introduced himself. The man said that his name was also Su Yong, and he was the founder of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter who got the piece from Shen metal, his descendant or anything else, he would see the secret of the southern border that had been kept secret for 2,000 years. The world knows that 2,700 years ago, Su Yang, Chu Shi, Qingfeng, Xiaoyu, Ning 5 people came to the southern border and founded the corresponding and founded the Dragon Kingdom, Chu country, Qin country, Xiao country, Ning country, 5 big countries. Thus they opened the southern border of blooming. But what the world doesn't know is that they didn't come to the southern border voluntarily. They were driven out and wandered in. They all came from the largest immortal cultivation sect on the continent. The Shen Yuan clan and their cultivation abilities have reached the Sea Realm. They are the elders of the Divine Origin sect. They had tremendous potential. The 5 of them unintentionally obtained the Forbidden Heaven execution technique. Looking at the name alone, one could realize that this technique was insidious. They all wanted to start practicing this technique to become one step closer to the path of a cultivator. And later the clan was enraged when everyone found out about it. They were abolished and made an oath that they would not practice this technique anymore. Then they were kicked out of the clan. They didn't want to come to the southern border. They didn't want to let this heavenly technique disappear into the world. Therefore, they divided this technique into 5 heavenly techniques, namely the Dragon Blood Technique, the Secret of Mixed Elements and 10,000 Elephants, the Secret of Tai Xian. Now all of these are the 5 secret techniques of the royal family. Once one learns these techniques, the execution of the heavens will be able to regain the divine day. He's going to die soon. His biggest regret in his life is that he won't wait until the execution of heaven is achieved by someone. So he will write down this secret. He hoped that after obtaining the Xian Heavenly Talent Iron, he would be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Su said that the southern borders held such a big secret. He was sure that the Yanggong Dragon Kingdom and the Chu mythology kingdoms might be preliminary. It turns out they originated from the same martial arts technique. Ning asked the master, what exactly did the name of the heavens represent? 5 martial arts techniques could really create 5 great countries. Su also asked, what is this technique? Would he know when he could obtain this technique? There was definitely something to this technique if the 5 strongest kingdoms had emerged based on it. Ning asked the master, would he train for this technique? Now they would find out. To get to the punishment of the heavens, they would need to master 5 techniques. Su replied that he now had the dragon blood hegemony and mixed elements of universal vision. What was left was to obtain the abilities of Qin, Shao and Ning. Ning asked him that these countries would give them their secrets. Su replied that they would. They will give him everything. Even if things don't go according to his plan, they won't be able to stop him. Ning said for sure. He even defeated the Ghost Lord who surpassed the heavenly realm. No one will stop him at the southern border. What she didn't realize was that the master was so powerful now. Su said there was one thing before he went there, and suggested that she go to the southern border to find Yu Qin. Ning asked why would they go to Commander Yu Qi's place. Su immediately replied to kill him. Outside the doors, a servant was telling the emperor that there was no sign of life in the dungeon. The emperor started laughing and said that Su Chun was dead. Could he really enjoy his rest now? The emperor started to leave and told the servant to go with him. He would have a huge feast in honor of it for 3 days. The servant asked the emperor maybe they should go and check it out. Maybe Mr. Ghost lost. The emperor replied that Mr. Ghost has surpassed the heaven realm. How can he lose to him? He thinks that Ghost-sama is now manipulating Su's body. If they go there and disturb Mr. Ghost's peace of mind, they will make him angry. The servant replied that, as expected of His Highness, he had planned everything well. But suddenly behind him, the servant saw a strange light appear and said that it was a pity that they would not know Su Chang's secret. The emperor said he saw nothing wrong with it. Neither he nor anyone else would be able to recognize it, and have him pass on his orders. Let the servant make a public statement, and say that Su of the Dragon Kingdom murdered the heir to the throne with the intention of a coup, and that he is already dead. The emperor shouted that he wanted the whole world to know what would happen if they went against him. A servant went to the Dan Qin temple and said that Su, the prince of the Dragon Kingdom, had killed the heir to the throne with the intention of a coup. At the moment, Su is dead. Wan immediately read it and said it couldn't be. How could his master have fallen by such a death? The servant replied that there was nothing left for him to do but believe, and Wan is a disciple of the traitor Su. Originally, he was also going to be executed after what happened, but His Highness remembered the old days and gave them peace, so let him be careful from now on. Huang fell to his knees and said that master couldn't die like that. But if he is alive, why hasn't he come back yet? He remembered exactly how he told him to guard the house and wait for him to come. And then he realized that the reason why the master didn't come back was because he didn't watch the house properly. If he watched the house properly, the master would definitely come back. Wan shouted to the master that he would defend this place. If they did not come here at once, he would wait for him here as long as it took for him to get home. Wan was greatly distressed and cried, saying that though for the rest of his days, he would wait for him. At this time in the Fairy Fox Palace, Qing heard the news that Su Chang had died. The servant replied that it was correct. His Highness asked his minions to tell the imperial consort and the 9 princesses the news. His Highness said that the bandits would no longer disturb the princesses. Qing told the servant to head downstairs. She immediately asked her sister if she had heard. The servant said that Su was dead. How could this have happened? Yanran replied that it was probably true. Chu Tiatman couldn't lie to them. After all, it was important to them. Qing was surprised and asked. Qing told her sister that their master was no longer alive. How did she feel? Yanran replied that she was glad that he was a pervert who pestered her every day. She had been bored with him for a long time. She's no longer an animal to anyone. Qing didn't believe it and denied it. Yanran told her sister that she was a little tired and wanted to rest. Qing replied that she thought he was the one who could get them back to Tsangman Mountain. Janran began to cry and wondered how Su could have died. He hadn't bullied her enough. At this time, in the border camp of Chu and Shao, the warrior asked how this could have happened. The boy asked his father, What news came from the Babali? Was it something serious? The warrior gave him the letter and told him to see for himself. The boy read it and asked in surprise. The warrior said that a spy from the imperial city sent this to them. It was definitely true. If nothing happened, the official decree would be received within 2 days. The boy asked his father, didn't he say that Master Su was invincible? How could he fall at the hand of the Ghost Master? The warrior replied to his son that he has never seen Mr. Ghost. He only knows that he has been in the mountains for a year creating servants. This is Su Tangming and the most important pillar of the entire Chu royal family. His cultivation level has surpassed that of the heavens. The guy was surprised and asked, heaven level? He had definitely killed Su Cheng. The warrior replied that he had to remind Su at that time. He didn't expect Su Tangming to start so quickly. The guy said that Chu Tanming was definitely afraid of Su Cheng's strength. He was afraid of losing his throne. There is nothing and no one more important in Chu Tangming's eyes. Only the throne is interesting to him. The warrior said that if he couldn't fight for the Chu state, he was afraid that Chu Tangming would have killed him long ago. His last battle with him was remembered as the strongest and most touching battle of his life. He still hoped that he would be able to fight him, but apparently there was no hope anymore. But suddenly someone from the street to General Yuchi that he would give him this opportunity. Yuchi was surprised and thought it was impossible, that voice. The guy immediately drew his sword and asked him who he was. How dare he sneak into this tent and even alive? Yuchi punched him and told him he was a moron. Is he looking for his death? He got down on his knee and told Master Su that he would apologize. Su asked, what is General Yuchi doing? Tell him to get up immediately. There's no need to do such a thing. The guy said with surprise that it was Master Su. Wasn't he killed by Mr. Ghost? Yuchi got angry and told his son that he is a jerk. Who is he? How is he talking to Master Su? Su told General Yuchi to calm down. He will explain everything to them now. And how the master sees that he's here and alive. And does he know what it means? The guy asked him, so Master Su defeated the ghost? Is he right? Su replied that he was right. The guy said with surprise that Master Su had defeated someone who surpassed the level of the heavens. Yuchi asked, is his strength at such a high level? Yuchi thought about it because he wanted to have a discussion with him. Would he call it a discussion? It would be a mockery of himself. Su replied that Mr. Ghost died in his arms and now Tianming's trump is dead. That's why he came here to discuss something with General Yuchi. Yuchi asked with surprise what happened. Su replied that a rematch was needed. The general asked in surprise, after all, with Master Su's strength, it would be easy to kill Chu Tianming. Why does he need to discuss this with him yet? Su replied that he had more than just him to kill. Yuchi asked that the master wanted to ascend to Chu's throne. Su asked, what does he care about him? Destroying Chu is only the first step. He wants to take over the entire southern Xinjiang. Su asked the general if he wanted to help him. Yuchi asked in surprise, whole southern Xinjiang. Ning at this time was greatly pleased and proud of her master. And this would only be the beginning for her master. He would take over the world, as expected from Master Su. He already has his eye on southern Xinjiang. The boy asked his father what he thought. Let him hurry up. Wasn't he expecting something more? Master Su knows him better than anyone. Don't even let him doubt it. Yuchi turned to Su and said he wanted to ask one last question. He hoped it would be clear to him. The boy replied that he was listening. Yuchi asked the master what would he get if he followed him. Su replied that uniting 1,000,000 soldiers and taking over the whole world. And isn't that enough for a general? Yuchi immediately kneeled down and replied that his 200,000 army listens to their lord's orders. What the lord says they will do. The soldiers will go through fire and water, and will not lose their loyalty to the Lord until they die. Su rejoiced and said that it was a very wise decision. Let them get ready, for tomorrow morning they will go to the royal capital. Yuchi went outside and shouted for all the colonels to gather. Su suggested to Ning that she should go with him to the Shao capital. There was still some time yet, just to pick up the secret teachings of the Shao royal family. Ning immediately agreed to go with him. At this time in the Shao realm imperial city, the servants were saying that they were currently witnessing a breakthrough to the 9th level heaven realm. And when Master Wang Haiyan successfully completes what he has started, there will be others like him in their Shao realm. For many years, only Yi Shen Kong, the first one who could reach the heaven realm in southern Xinjiang, had obtained the 10th level of heaven. And soon they would see the second to reach this level. The servants shouted that Wang Ha had broken through to a new level. Just a little more to go and everything would be achieved. Wang Ha had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and the second after the servant's words, he abruptly exploded and did it. The servant was saying that the growth of his kingdom was inevitable. He can no longer disturb Ye Xian. Wang Ha starts to rejoice and shouts that he has reached the 10th level of heaven. He declares that from today onwards, there will be no person in the entire southern Xinjiang that will surpass him. Unexpectedly, someone attacked him. Even Wang Ha himself didn't expect it. The servants were also surprised and couldn't believe it. Su asked, "Who was that?" "Some kind of airborne obstacle." Wang asked how such a thing could be. He thought he was invincible. The warriors asked what had happened. Was he alone in the air? How could a 10th level of heaven fall into a coma? The servant said he thought Wang was the strongest. "What's going on here? Who was that?" The warrior replied that it didn't matter who he was. What mattered was that he was flying into an imperial city. Have them call the guards to stop him. And then the emperor said that he forbids it. Even the 10th level of heaven, Wang Ha, is no match for him. Do they think the guards will stop him? The warrior asked His Highness what should they do. This man is heading to the imperial city clearly with bad intentions. The emperor replied that he was flying to the scripture pavilion. As long as he didn't pounce on him, let him do whatever he wanted. And His Highness has given orders that no one will stop him. Whoever dares to do so will be punished. The emperor pondered at this moment, wondering how Su had gotten such strength. And would Yi Xian be able to stop him? Su came to the building saying that he wondered why there were no guards here. He thought that this place was important and he would have to break through the crowds of enemies. This Xiao Guo doesn't pay proper attention. Keeping a special technique? In that case, he will tell you about the royal secret exercises. Su entered the building and saw that there was only one book here, and it was the highest floor, no doubt about it. Su picked it up and asked it was one of the techniques he needed, right? And now they would see if he could master it or not. The system said that she congratulated Su for learning Yu Shuju's celestial ability. Su rejoiced and ordered the system to improve to the maximum. The system replied that 3,000 ability points had been spent to upgrade the Emperor Water technique to level 100, and it was successfully promoted to the 8 phrases of the Jinhai art. Su shouted with joy that it worked. There were still 2 more techniques to learn. The guy told Ning that it worked. Have her come back. And now they would go back to destroying Chu. The servants watched him and told Su to fly away. And His Highness gave a great order for them to stay out of his way. So the Xiao Guo was saved from him. The emperor asked, "Did anyone see what he looked like? Does anyone recognize him?" The servant replied that if the old minister was not mistaken, he looked like the young prince of the Long Kingdom, that man who couldn't catch his concubine. The servant replied that apparently the guy's eyesight was no longer as good as it was. The guy said he thought Su Chen was a scumbag. How could he possess such power? The emperor asked the servant if he was sure it was Su Cheng. The servant replied to His Highness that the veteran was apparently right. If the news of the Chu kingdom was to be believed, Su was now a state magic realm, not some top-level pharmacist. Moreover, it was rumored that he had surpassed the heaven realm level and Wei Qi had lost to him. The warrior asked that Su is so strong that he even defeated Wade. The servant replied that Wade is at the 8th level of heaven. If Su defeated him, then he is at least at the 9th level of heaven. The emperor said that the outcast of the Lan kingdom actually still possessed such strength back then, and he became the leader of the Chu kingdom. And that's not good. If Su is the leader of the Chu kingdom, then he came here to scout the situation and attack his kingdom. The servants began to panic and said that if Su attacked them, no one would stop him. Their kingdom was in danger. The emperor said it's urgent, and he needs to contact Ye Xiankong. In the Chu imperial palace, the emperor himself shouted for everyone to rest. You don't have to work today. The servant told His Majesty that they had already been drinking for 3 days. They couldn't take it anymore. For the sake of the people of the Chu kingdom, the emperor needs to take care of his appearance. The emperor got angry and asked the servant what he was teaching him to do. The servant replied that he didn't even have a thought. He was just worried about his appearance as a dragon. The emperor said he's at his best in the spring and fall. What's wrong with him drinking a little wine? Did they get rid of Su? Isn't he once for Chu? The servant replied that he was very glad, and of course happy. The emperor said that even if he was unhappy, let him drink and he would be merrier. Where's Huang Shan? And why hadn't they brought him here yet? The servant replied to his majesty that it would be here soon. The warriors brought Wan at once, and dragged him along the ground like a murdered body that had long since been slain. Did he ask them to invite him? The servant replied to his majesty that he flatly refused to leave his palace. The minion really had no choice, so he summoned 2 heaven-ranked masters. Huang turned to Chu and told him not to play nice. No need to be a hypocrite. If he wanted him dead, let him just kill him. The emperor replied that he must have misunderstood. He respects old age and all that, but even in his eyes he is useless. Could he kill him? After all, he had lived in the Chu kingdom for so many years. He just invited him to celebrate the death of a revolutionary. Huang said his master is a rebel, and he's alive. If he's protecting the Danqing temple, then his master will return. The emperor asked what this Su had done to him. Why is he so loyal to him? He's already starting to get jealous. He wants to protect the Danqing temple. Is he understanding him right? He can certainly let him do that. Let him drink his glass of wine and Lien will give him the goodies to defend it. Does the emperor want him to surrender and join the group of men who killed his master? He won't fall for it. The emperor told the old man that if he didn't drink, Lien would destroy this temple in no time, and he would look at what he was protecting. Huang became very angry and asked how dare he? The emperor began to laugh and replied that the old man was threatening him. So he ordered He Song to go and wipe out that temple. Huang immediately spat in the emperor's face and said that this was not going to happen. How dare he do such a thing? He would pay for it. Huang asked Chu Tianming, does he still want to destroy his temple? As long as he has his esteemed master in his heart, he will not change his stance. The emperor got angry and ordered his soldiers to kill him, and it must be wiped off the face of the earth immediately. The warriors immediately swooped down with their blades to fulfill the order. Wan said it was only death, and may the master forgive him for failing to protect his house. And then Su himself came in and after destroying all the warriors told the old man that there was no need to apologize. He had done all he could. The emperor was greatly startled and asked in surprise. Su told Chu Tanming that he was so magnanimous. Let him go to the dungeon and check for himself. And he still started a banquet to honor his death? He trusted Ghost Master that much? Chu Tanming had said that Mr. Ghost had surpassed the level of the heavens. But how could he survive something like that? Su raised his glass and replied that it was a long story. Let him better go and ask Mr. Ghost about it. The emperor was surprised and asked apprehensively, go and ask Mr. Ghost? Does he want to kill him? The emperor immediately started running away out of fear and asked for help from people asking where is the Royal Forest Army? But Yuchi stood in front of him and told the emperor not to yell. The emperor asked Yuchi why he was here. Yuchi asked the emperor that if he didn't know how to fight, he would have killed him long ago. Why is there not a single person in the Chu kingdom who has reached the 9th level of heaven? The emperor replied that everything he did was for the Chu, all for the people of the Chu kingdom. And then Su threw his sword in front of him and said that if he was doing everything for the people of the Chu kingdom, then he had better show himself, and he would be respected. The emperor asked with fear, should he kill himself? Su demanded that he do so, and attacking the guy said he would kill him first. Su replied to the emperor that he didn't seem to understand. Yuchi immediately engaged and knocked out the enemy with a single blow to the head. Yuchi told the guy that he was the conqueror of the whole of southern Xian. The name of the king's murderer must belong to him. Su said that it wouldn't be fair to him then. And then he realized that General Yuchi was giving him the deeds. Yuchi told Su that he wasn't even upset. Huang at this time was thinking while looking at them, why he was feeling a sense of jealousy. The servants asked if the emperor was dead. They killed him, so they're next. They don't want to die. Yuchi told everyone that Chu Tianming was weak and hopeless, but he got what he deserved. Those who surrender will be alive, and those who resist will go after Chu Tianming. The servants began to ask, can they surrender? If it is possible they all surrender, they will stay alive, for their mistresses are waiting. Starting to bow in front of Su, they said that they were happy to meet the emperor. The guy told them not to call him emperor, he didn't need the throne of the Chu realm. Su told General Yuchi that it would be necessary to stabilize the Chu kingdom as quickly as possible and continue their capture further. Yuchi replied that everything would be done in the best way possible. Su said that even the sky felt different after that. Huang approached the master and replied that, to be honest, his teachings wanted to shoot Chu. But it was Yuchi who did it. His ward is named after the king's assassin. It's not right. Su said that yes, he understands. The old man thinks this shouldn't have happened. He always understood him better than anyone else. Su asked Juan if he would like to stay home as a teacher. He was sure he would make a great master. Su realized that Huang saw that he trusted Yuchi, and he was now worried about staying in the shadows. We have to comfort him or he'll talk about this forever. Juan replied to the master that he always knew what was in his heart. He is his first disciple, and respects him more than anyone else. Their relationship is as strong as a diamond. How dare Yuchi come in here? Su replied that it was correct and suggested to go further and continue their conversation. He already missed that place. The old man's feelings for him were getting weirder and weirder. Juan told the master to come in. He had protected the place the way he had told him to. The bricks and tiles were intact, he could check for himself. Qing jumped up and said that the master had come. Su asked in surprise, Fox Ji and Chu Yenran? Qing started telling the master that she was very happy that he was alive. Everyone around them was saying that he was no longer alive. She and her sister were sad and crying. Su asked that Yenran was still crying because of him. The girl immediately proudly replied that she wasn't crying. She was crying with pleasure. Su said that nothing had changed. Familiar feelings overtook him. Qing told the master to tell her how he fought the Ghost Master. Everyone says that Mr. Ghost has surpassed the level of the heavens. Does that mean Master has surpassed it too? Su replied that he was on record saying that there was no one in southern Qing who could stand on equal footing with him right now. Qing was surprised and said that the Master is so strong. Yenran asked in surprise, no one? No more than just words. Su approached her and asked her when would she believe it? Janran replied that she would believe it when she saw it. Su asked her, is she sure? He's already at a completely different level of strength. He's afraid she can't do it alone. Yenran replied that she could go with her sister. Would Qing go with her? The girl said that if she wants it so badly. Su said for them to go and asked what was going to happen this time. Janran confidently replied that she and her sister would check it out. Su told Huang not to let anyone inside. He had reached the peak of the heavenly level. If any outsiders saw how strong he was, he might not be able to withstand such a thing. Huang replied that he wouldn't miss anyone. Su said that it looks like today's battle will be long and difficult. Ning was thinking at this moment why the master was competing with them and not her. Was it because she was a ghost? In the land of the dragon, the emperor asked that Su had killed Chu Tianming. How is that possible? Didn't Su die at the hands of Ghost Master? The servant replied to His Highness that Chu Chun killed the Ghost Lord. Also Chu Chun subjugated Yuchi and gathered an army with 200,000 men. The emperor asked in surprise, he had killed Mr. Ghost? Li Jianxing had said that Mr. Ghost surpassed the level of the heavens. How did Su defeat him? Li replied that this is correct. If Chu defeated him, it meant that Su was now the strongest here in the south. When he first met him at Yakishi Valley, he immediately saw great potential in him, but he never thought he would become like this. The emperor said that only a year ago, Su was a brat who couldn't inherit the throne. Now he's unrivaled in the south. And if Li were to duel with him, does he think he'd have a chance of winning? Di replied to His Majesty that he didn't stand a chance even against Ghost Master, let alone Su. The emperor fell on his knees and said it was the end. No one in his country can defeat him. What should he do when he comes for him? Shan, the Prime Minister of the Dragon Kingdom, told His Majesty not to panic. He feels that Su won't come here. He never had any ambition. Perhaps he will stay in the Chu Kingdom. The emperor pushed Shan and said he was a jerk. He threw him off the throne and sent him to the Chu realm. He's definitely coming here, and his son is an idiot. He promised him the medicinal valley. He's definitely still counting on more. Shan replied that he apologized. He was willing to suffer the punishment for his son. The emperor said he tells him once again, if Chu wants to steal his position and throne, he will kill his foolish son before he abdicates the throne. Shin starts yelling that it's his fault. It's all because of him. Li told His Majesty that he thought the emperor had better take care of the safety of his throne and pray that Su remembers the brotherhood and doesn't kill him. With all due respect, It's only Su who decides everything right now. The emperor asked him what he wanted to say by that. Didn't he have any other way to stop him? Li replied that no, it was not so. The emperor immediately became sad after saying that and began to fear for further consequences. In the Qin kingdom, the head said that Su had gathered a large army, and he was going to take over the entire south. His country, Qin, will also fall under his hot hand. How can they stand up to him? The servant replied that he was afraid there was nothing they could do. He was unstoppable. The head said he had a proposal to recall General Lin, move the troops south and thus protect their border. The head asked him what he would say about it. The masked girl replied that Su-chun was curious. Maybe she should meet him. The head addressed the Honorable Yi that he sees the friendship between the emperor and him. One must protect the Shao realm. If they didn't do anything, Su would definitely wipe them off the face of the earth. And then Yi came out and replied that this was the last straw. After that, they wouldn't bother him anymore. The head said he was thanking him. He would no longer bother him, and he will live his life in silence. In the Ning kingdom, a servant approached Meng Shuzhou that there was a job for him. His Majesty gave him an order to kill Su. If he brought his head, he would get his freedom. Meng listened to him in amazement and said that he was living again. It was time to act on the order and set himself free. Qing at this time asked her sister if she could join as well. After all, the master is too strong. She won't be able to handle him. Janran replied that she was still reeling from the last time. Let her hold him off a little longer, and then she'd get on with it. Su at this time said that they couldn't resist him. Qing asked for the teacher to be lenient, but suddenly there was an explosion and Huang was saying that the master was still calm. This momentum is so strong that the mountains fluctuate. Ning was sad at this time and realized that one day and one night has passed. The master has liked them for a long time. She wants the master to pay attention to her. Qing told the master that she admits that she was wrong, but Yanran replied that she hadn't played around. Next time he would definitely catch it. Su said that he will be stronger already. One looked at it and said it was over. Worthy of the title of master, he produced such pulses one day and one night. Su opened the door and told the student to go and help get some big pill for the teacher. We need to restore the energy. One replied that 1 minute. He will bring everything soon. One saw that the master was incredibly strong. Apparently the battle was really fierce. Su said that they were not as easy as they looked. If he didn't use the power of the wilderness, he wouldn't be able to pacify them. Ning came up and turned to the master. Su asked her what was wrong. Ning replied that the master was not attracted to others. Su asked Ning why is she crying? What is she trying to say? How can he despise her? Ning replied that if the master liked others, then why wasn't he competing with her? She had discussed it with him for so long. Su thought for a moment and said that was it. He had wanted to talk to her about it a long time ago, but he thought she wouldn't want to. He realized in his head that she was like a flower at that time. He was worried about her. Ning replied that yes, she wanted to discuss it with him. She's honored to be wearing a master. And she also has something else she's been wanting to check out for a long time. Su said that since she wants to, then next time. How unexpected, he's so attractive, they all want to compete with him. Ning suggested to the master that they start now. Su was surprised and replied that he couldn't now. The recent fight had been intense. He needed to recover. Ning said at once that the master despised her. With them he happily went with them, but with her. Su replied so she wouldn't cry. Ning immediately got excited and told the master that he was so kind. She's ready for it too. Su thought and realized that half of his life was about to be gone. How did it all come to this? Huang came over and told the master that he had good news. Su was surprised and asked, did Su say that's what he needed? Let him serve it here, now he'll use it. Huang replied to the master that that's not what he meant. There's other good news here. The emperor of the Long Kingdom has come with a white flag. Su was surprised after saying such loud words and asked the old man, Su Mingyu is here? And even with a white flag? Huang came out and told the people that the master is inside. Li told his majesty to be sure to tell the little prince not to annoy him. The emperor was disappointed and replied that he had come here to surrender anyway, and if he deliberately threatens him with a knife, he'd rather be jealous than improvise. Did he say the right thing, Saixtan Shan? Shan replied that's right. They should be confident, they should never kneel. Su was sitting on his throne at this time and mockingly told them that here they came. The emperor became very angry and couldn't help himself. Li told his majesty that he must endure it. Let him be patient. The emperor immediately ran to Su's feet and said that he was wrong. He shouldn't have acted towards him the way he did. He had already regretted it many times. Sean also told the Lord with tearful eyes that Wei Chang had made a big mistake. May they forgive him. Li at this time looked at them with astonishment and thought, is it good to say that it is modest or overbearing? Su told his brother that he was truly sorry for banishing him from the Dragon Kingdom. His acting skills are strikingly so believable, no wonder he's the king. The emperor replied that he was sorry. That's putting it mildly. He hates himself for such an act. The emperor began to beat himself up. Su realized at once that he was not just a good actor, he was a talented actor. The emperor told Su that when he banished him, he agonized for days and nights, missing him. The emperor told Su that when he banished him, he was tormented for days and nights. Fortunately, the emperor is worthy of his title. He is talented and has achieved a lot abroad. He is very happy for him. The presence of the Dragon Realm Emperor is a blessing to this realm, the Su family, and for thousands of people. And the future needs an emperor to rule the world. And he wants him, his brother, to be the emperor. Come to the Debao when you have time. Su immediately felt that this guy was a good boy. If he still came up with some words on the fly, then he deserved his reverence. Su asked his brother, what is he saying that for? There shouldn't be such a thing between their brothers. The guy asked, Emperor, is that a brother? Su replied that if a brother asks something, those who are really brothers take it seriously. And he must be tired having traveled such a long way. Isn't he right? Maybe he could ask someone to help him rest. The boy replied that the emperor was so polite. And in his heart he was glad that he had succeeded. Su immediately waved his finger and told the girls to come out. The boy was shocked by what he saw and was frightened. The guy asked the emperor, who are these people? Su asked him, he doesn't want to say anything else, right? Su said that all of this is keeping him in suspense. Also, his proposal is making him a little uncomfortable. The emperor didn't understand what it means to be a brother. Two is not enough, said Su, he wants to fight for. Su clapped his hands together and said, it feels so good to be a brother. However, it is extremely difficult for him to compose two such top-notch products. The boy asked with despair, no more? How hurt he felt, and suggested he do it together. Su said for them to take care of his brother already, and that they should remember to take good care of his brother. The girls obeyed Su's order and replied that there was no need to worry. Everything would be at its best. The girl went up to the guy and started caressing him, saying what a beautiful boy he was, and thanked him for such a gift. The boy told Su that it was time for him to go. The emperor replied that he was looking forward to his triumph. The girls grabbed the guy from both sides and were telling him to come with them. And they can't wait, they have to go. Su said that he hoped his brother would be okay. And he asked Sean how his son was doing. Sean replied that he was sent to the dungeon by Wei Chun. All because he gave him the valley. He's a weak king. He couldn't kill when he wanted to. Su said that he has a little conflict with Xian Piam. Let them release him when they return. Lan's future kingdoms are on him. Sean started crying with happiness and responded by thanking Su for letting his son out. Su lifted up the old man and asked if he had broken through to the heavenly level. Sean replied that yes, thanks to the soul-sealing pill given by the prince, Wei Chang was able to surpass the sea level and broke through to the heaven level. Su told Sean that he will be loyal to Su's family in the future. Let him watch that he doesn't lose that status. Sean said that Wei Chun and Dog Zi should swear allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom for the rest of their lives. Su accepted his words and told him to leave and rest. Li also thanked the emperor for showing mercy to his majesty and the prime minister. Su told Li that he too realizes that he will leave the south sooner or later, and after that, there will be a need for someone to oversee it all. It would be better to hand over the power to Su Mingrue rather than someone else. Dragon Realm Territory. Su Mingrue's knowledge of imperial strength combined with Xiang Zhong's help should be enough to provoke the leader. Li replied that, in that case, the prince is still kind. When will he return to the Dragon Kingdom? Concubine Hua remembers the prince every day. Su said that he missed her too, and suggested he go in 3 days. 3 days and he would be back to his home. Li replied that he would then go back and tell concubine Hua the good news. Huang asked the master why he should return to the Dragon Kingdom after 3 days. He could go there any minute. Su replied that because... But suddenly someone started shouting to the master. Immediately he saw his 3 girls walking towards him. Ning asked the master if he was finished. Could he learn from others? Qing also told the master that they had already recovered. Yanran told Su that she definitely won't lose to him this time. Guy told Wan that now he understood why he said they would leave in 3 days. Huang replied to the master that he was grateful for his hard work. Su said that you can't escape fate. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Wan told the master to take care of himself. They would see each other in 3 days. 3 days later they packed for the journey. Su was completely exhausted and said that these 3 days had been the hardest of his life. They were incredibly hard to confuse, though he outclassed them, but his wounds from the battle were still serious. Wan asked the master how he felt after eating the tonics. Su started to eat and replied that he had barely recovered. But suddenly the girls came out and asked him if he had recovered yet. Nin asked, already? Then let's hurry up and let him get in the carriage. Janran also told him that if he was a man. Qing replied to the master too that it was so hard to walk on her own too. Let her come in to see them. Su started coughing and replied that he would rather walk. He wants to enjoy the mesmerizing scenery of Xia Nanjing. Let them see how beautiful it is here too. Janran told him to stop. She's ashamed. And Su is not a man. Qing told him to stop by their house. They always welcome him. Su got angry and replied that what an unpleasant situation. He can say that he is not a man. When he's back to normal, they'll see who's who. But suddenly someone from behind attacked him and said that here he was, and said it was time for him to die. Wan immediately got on the defense and told the master to dodge. Su threw himself back and replied that he could handle it himself. He is disappointed. What on earth would he have to do this to the person who dared to kill him this way? But the moment the attack collided, Su couldn't resist and was injured. Su said that this guy wasn't easy. Su said that he used Bai Zhanju to be on the same level as him. The guy pounced and said he had to kill Su and be free. Su replied that he was about to get in trouble. Let him come to him. Su said that there was no way he would believe that there was someone stronger than him. So he started to act serious and blocked every punch he threw. Wan watched this battle and shouted to the master to kill him, for he was much stronger than this imposter. Su asked what happened to him. He's not easy at all. But I have to admit, it hurts to hit him, but he doesn't stroke him either. The guy kept attacking and saying he needed to kill Su-chun and become free. Su replied that he hoped he would be all right. Is he really stronger than him? The girls watched and were surprised, asking, is this guy stronger than the master? Su told the guy not to even think about becoming the strongest in this world. Let him watch him get finished off by him now. Su let out his sword and gave him orders to stab this guy in the chest. But suddenly with surprise, guy was smarter and stronger, and easily tossed the knife aside. Su said he can't even pierce it with a sea sword. It's very strong. But the guy kept saying that he needed to kill Su Chang and become free forever. But Su in a moment used the teleport and got behind him, saying that it was easy for him. Su grabbed him from behind and asked, even if he was such a bulky guy, there was nothing he could do to him? Su said that unless he's wrong, he only uses physical strength, which means he's a nobody in the air, and headed upstairs. Su told the guy that he asked him from 10,000 meters up and he sees him die. But the guy started waving his arms and saying he needed to kill Su to be free, and asked Su to let him go. Su told him that this technique is called Lok Meng. No human would be able to get out of it. Su started flying even higher and was telling the guy just a little more, and at one point let him go from a few meters away. The guy shouted back at Su that he shouldn't, but Su didn't feel sorry for him, and delivered a crushing blow with his foot. Su said that even if the Iron Man fell from such a height, he wouldn't survive. Huang asked how did he gain such power. Wan was very frightened and immediately realized the whole concert and told everyone to run away immediately. From such a powerful blow, there was a big explosion. But Su survived and destroyed this guy. Su said that he was now truly free. But the boy was still alive and could even breathe. But still, he repeated again that he needed to kill Su Chang. Su asked if he was still alive. He's a tough guy. What planet did he come from? Wan told the master to take advantage of the situation. and suggested that he should send him out. But Su replied that the apprentice should take his time. Su said that this alien came for his head. Must have been ordered to let him live before he found out his origin. Juan answered the master that he was very shrewd. Then he would bind him with an iron chain and look at him when he returned to the kingdom of Lon. Su said to give him an ecstasy pill to knock him out. He's afraid he can break those chains. Su said that the most important thing is to find out who sent him after him alone aspect. More importantly for him to understand why he is so strong. Su thought that if he had defeated him, did that mean he was stronger than him? He had handled him even after those draining 3 days. At this time, the kingdom of Lan Imperial City was welcoming its guests. Huang told the master that they had arrived. Su woke up and replied that he didn't think he would fall asleep, although he was too tired because of that alien. And then Su came to his senses and said that after 1 year, he was back. Now he should get some rest. A woman came out in front of him and ran to hug him. Su apologized, calling her mother, and said he was a little late. She must have been worried. The woman said that everything is fine. Li Jianshan sent people, they took care of him, he has not been home for a year. Su replied to his mother that he was fine. He wasn't in pain. And he's so hungry for roast pork. He's so eager to eat it again. The woman replied that of course she cooked it for him. She asked the guy, is he alone? Su replied yes and asked who else she wanted to see. Where is his fiancée? He has been gone for a year and he hasn't found anyone? Su replied that he hadn't found the one yet. Su immediately thought that if he showed the mother of those 3 maidens right now, the mother said with surprise that there was no bride. From now on, her roast pork is only for the bride. If he wants to eat, he will make it himself. Su asked with surprise, what? He had been gone for a year, he thought she missed him. Why had things gotten worse than they were? They had barely said 2 words. Su stood in front of the palace and told his mother to take her time. Would he have to choose a concubine now? His mother asked him why he had not already done it himself. If he had someone, why would he look for a concubine? Su thought that of course he has someone, but 2 of them are foxes and the 3rd is a ghost. He thinks his mother will be scared when she finds out. Mother said okay and told me to go. All the girls there are very pretty. Let her choose any of them, or she won't have grandchildren. Su realized that his mother didn't want him to find love. She just wanted grandchildren. The girl said that when she wasn't chosen by the emperor, she thought she was doomed. But then Prince Su appeared. This time she would definitely be chosen. The 2nd girl said that of course Prince Su is not an emperor, but he is much stronger than him. If he chooses her, he will quickly be transported to the heavenly realm. But the next girl told the others not to even dream about it. She makes it clear to them that Prince Su will choose her. One of the enemies introduced herself as the daughter-in-law and understood that this Su came home to choose a concubine. The rumors were true. It's even better, under these conditions, Su Chun will definitely choose her, and then she can do whatever she wants with him. Walking out in front of the doors, the girls greeted Prince Su. The woman told them to stand up. After all, it was in their hands. Let them show their best behavior. The girls started introducing themselves all one by one, and mother was telling the guy to take his time and look at them. Su asked, can we see the others? The mother was surprised at such a question and asked what he said. Su replied that he wanted to say let them show themselves. The woman said to let them introduce themselves to her son now so that it would be easier for him to choose. Su listened to some and said that flute, writing, dancers, they are very talented. But they will never compare to those 3 in beauty. He is not interested in them. The mother asked her son, how are they to him? Su asked in reply, does he need to choose a queen? The mother got angry and asked, what is he saying? They are all ladies already. Su replied to his mother that it's not that they aren't good. It's just that his desire is a little bigger. His mother immediately said she didn't care what he wanted there. Today he had to choose one of them. Otherwise she would do it for him. Su was scared and replied that he didn't need to. He would do it himself. At the moment he thought for a moment, after all he has to choose for himself. If he let her do it, it would be bad if she didn't match his taste. And then the girl said that it was time for her to come out. Su said, apparently there were no people here that even barely fit him. Suddenly he stopped in surprise and saw the girl, and realized that he had made a big mistake. Why hadn't he noticed her before? Su immediately told his mother what he had chosen. The mother told her son to tell her what he had chosen. Su immediately pointed his finger at the girl with pink hair and said that it was her. The girl was happy because she had expected that. The mother asked in surprise. She? Is he sure for sure? She wears a scarf over her face. He couldn't even see her face. Su told his mother that his son never judges people based on looks alone. His heart decided everything for him. He doesn't care about her looks. The mother replied that she understood, and since he had already chosen her, let him get to work quickly. She couldn't wait to hold her grandchildren. Su immediately took the girl's hand and said that they needed to go. The girl smiled and replied that she obeyed her master. The mother told the other girls not to be upset. Let them go back to their old lives and develop. They would be lucky next time. The mother rejoiced greatly and shouted for joy that she was finally going to have grandchildren. The girls were saying at this moment that their dream had failed again. Why Su is also blind like the emperor. They are so good that they can't choose themselves, so they must choose the veiled woman. Su told the girl that she was his now, and asked her what her name was. The girl asked the Lord if he would like to see her face. Su replied that of course she wants to, but he already knows she's beautiful under her covers. The girl took off her shawl and said that she hoped Mr. Su would not be frightened. Seeing her real face, Su said he was about to go crazy. She is gorgeous. What a little fairy who is naturally charming. Compared to Chu Yenjan, there is no one worse than Chu Yenjan. The girl at this moment was thinking, where was Su's cultivation level? Before all her beauty, she was just an ordinary man. And then she used her gaze and said Su, obediently kneeling down. The guy knelt down and replied that it would be done. The girl began to laugh and see that just as she thought that no man would be able to resist her next technique. If he knelt down this time, he would be completely at her mercy. Su said he was sorry, but he couldn't kneel down. The girl was surprised and asked how, but Su immediately used his strength and stuck her on the floor, holding her by the throat and slowly squeezing her, and said that it looked like he was right. She was no ordinary girl. How could an ordinary person have such good equipment? The girl asked back, how did he not fall under the effects of her charms? He had cultivated the most resistant technique, the dragon blood body. Su replied that it wasn't bad. She knows this kind of technique. The girl said she wouldn't tell, even under threat of death. Let him kill her if he can. Su replied that no, she would tell him everything. And with his enchantment, he sent his energy into her head. The system told him that it had failed to use the ability. It had failed to subdue Xian's snake. Su was surprised and asked, failed? Indeed. She is indeed a demon, the Blackwater Xian snake. Snake asked the guy, does he want to tame her too? She's from CVN Man Mountain, the daughter of the demon king Xian Shui Jiao. Even if she dies, Su was surprised to hear that she was Xian Shui Jiao's daughter. If he could tame her, she would help him in his future conquest of the Sangman Mountain. Snake told the guy not to waste his time. Let him kill her. Su replied that if he can't tame her, it doesn't mean he will kill her. Gorgeous beauty has other uses. Snake was surprised and asked him what he wanted. Su replied that what a man does with his own. And then Snake started screaming at him to stop and called him a pervert and told the guy that if he could kill her, then let him kill her. Humiliation is not what a man should do. Su said it was a man's business or not. She would find out for herself now. Snake got really scared and screamed at him not to do it. Su felt that the soul would be shaken. Now was the most opportune moment, and used his taming. The system immediately said that he had managed to tame the Blackwater Xian snake, and the current degree of loyalty was 30. A high risk for betrayal. Su said that there was more talk than action. Loyalty is small, but that's not important. What's important is that she won't attack him. Snake asked the guy, did he tame her? Su replied that's right. She's his pet from now on. Snake said she was tamed, but it's all useless. Xian Shui Jiao had Xianyin poison implanted into her body. To keep her alive, she needs to take an antidote once a month. Su said that's how she's being controlled. It's pretty brutal. Snake replied to him that he was only wasting his time. If she doesn't take the antidote, she'll be dead in a day or two. Snake thought and realized that it was her destiny to always be under something's wing until she died. Su said it's just poison. It will help him. Snake was surprised and asked in amazement. Snake said that Xianyin's poison was the strongest in the world. How would he be able to help her? Su replied that he would find an antidote. He had developed the hegemony skill of dragon's blood. After all, it is also the antidote for this poison. Snake asked the guy that he was using her to help her. Wouldn't believe it for the life of her. She'd rather die than accept help. Su said he shouldn't say that, he just wanted to help her. Snake thought he was helping her get rid of the poison. Su asked what she was waiting for. Immediately, he put his finger in her mouth. Snake immediately thanked him. The system said +5 loyalty points Xian Sneak. Su saw that it worked. A little blood could increase loyalty. It was clearly worth it. She really does feel like poison, and she wants more. Su wondered at this moment, why is the blood being sucked out so quickly? Su told her to be gentle. He can't take any more. But Snake said she wanted more. Su came to his senses and realized that he had passed out from blood loss. She had sucked so much of it out. Snake rejoiced and said that the master was awake, and thanked her for the blood. No more poison in her body. Su saw that he had 90 points. The blood wasn't spilled in vain. The guy said it was a gift for her. He'll give her more later. Snake replied that already she was looking forward to it. Su told her to sit down and not to be shy and asked her what her name was. The girl replied that she was a master, Ji Yao, from the Sangman Mountain, the daughter of the demon king Xian Shui Jiao. Yao said that she was ordered to spy on him and get rid of him if it was necessary. Su asked what was meant by necessary. Yao said that the demon clan had been ordered to keep an eye on the 5 southern kingdoms and the children of the royal families. If someone cultivated to a secret technique, they should solve the problem in a flash. Demons are spying on the 5 royal families. Who told them to do that? Yao replied that she didn't know that, but that person comes to Sangman Mountain once a year and only speaks to Xian Shui Jiao, and that's all she knows. Su realized that this is where the ancient bone marrow comes from. This person must be from the Holy Heaven sect. He's doing this because of the punishing heaven technique. Yao said that this person is most likely from the Holy Heaven sect. But don't let the guy worry. She'll protect him with her life. Yao replied that of course. She is at the top of the heavenly realm, she is very strong. Su asked in surprise, is she at the top of the heavenly realm? What? He wouldn't believe it unless she let him see for himself. Yao asked him how he wanted to make sure of that. Su immediately punched her and replied that with a hand-to-hand combat test. Su headed towards her and said that he would teach her. Yao replied to the master that he could safely enter. Su said that he would stretch his arms first. Suddenly, Qing walked in and told master that they had come to practice with him. Su turned back in surprise and asked, Yanran and Qing? Why did they come here at this moment? Qing was very surprised and asked the master what was he trying to do. Yanran got angry and told Su that she was wondering why he didn't come to spar with them and he was here with someone else. Qing cried and asked the master how could he, in secret, steal from them. Su replied that it wasn't what they thought. He just wanted to test her strength. Couldn't even be called sparring. Qing started to leave and replied to the master that she was very sad. Su asked as they listened to his explanation. He was just testing her strength. Yanran covered her ears and replied that she couldn't hear him. Su realized at once that this was the end. They really didn't like it. He would never have the opportunity to spar with them again. Su shouted at Qing and Yanran to stop. But Yao got really angry. After all, he was using her. The guy asked her what was she doing. Yao asked, wondering why he thought it was the little vixen leaving. But suddenly the girls turned around and recognized her. Su asked, what's the matter? Do they know each other? Yao replied that yes, she knows them well. In the past, at Sangming Mountain, at the sight of her, they couldn't even breathe. She didn't think that he would have them. Su said, what a coincidence. That mountain is not small in size. He has 3 pets and they know each other. Yanran told Yao that she couldn't believe herself. She became Su Chen's pet. How unexpected. Yao got angry and told Yanran that she was a little vixen. How dare she address the master by his name? Yanran replied so she wouldn't be angry. She hadn't watched her tongue. It wouldn't happen again. Yao told them to know their place. And don't address her as Ms. They're all pets of the same master. The girls immediately agreed with her and didn't even begin to deny it. Su felt that Yao was more majestic than him. Su told the girls that they shouldn't be so tense. They already know each other. They are like sisters now, so they shouldn't fight either. When he takes over the whole south, he will bring them to the mountains for sparring. Yao told the master that the demons shouldn't know that she became his pet to confuse them. She plans to return to Qin to work as a teacher for some more time to buy something for her master. Su asked with surprise, "Back to Qin? That's a good idea since he needs to go there too," and suggested that we go together. Yao asked the master what business he had so. Su replied that he needed to obtain the secret of the Qin martial art. At this time on Qin Mountain, the head asked where Lin Yuluo was. The servant answered the master to make sure she was already on her way here. Prince Qinda said that he made several signs of affection towards this woman. She didn't even pay attention to them. His patience had run out. He needed her today. Just then someone yelled out that Ms. Lin had arrived. Day replied that he understood, and ordered the servant to go downstairs. Tell him not to let anyone enter this room without his permission. Lin said she welcomed the prince. He told her to come here. Is something wrong? Day replied that he hadn't seen her in a few days and she was very beautiful, and offered her a drink. Lin said he called her here for a drink, but she can't keep her company. She has a lot of things to do. Day yelled for her to wait, because he had something to talk to her about. Lin told His Majesty not to languish. Day replied that he called her here to talk about Su. She knows him, doesn't she? What does she think of him? He realized that the only thing he could do to delay her was to start talking about a random topic. Lin replied that he is a genius, he is strong but vain, he has flaws but he is a man of high morals, he has dreams. Day got angry and asked the girl, does she like Qin's enemy? Lin replied that he asked what opinion she thought of him and she told the truth. Day asked her how she thought Su was his equal. Lin smiled and replied that it was like heaven and earth. The boy wondered, how could this ignoramus be Su Cheng's equal? Day started laughing and said that he understood everything. What on earth can this Su do? After all, he was a rebellious minister who was plotting a rebellion. That's right, he is high above it, as if the sky is him. How come this jerk didn't realize that sky Su and he is earth? Even such a jerk can become the Prince of Qin. Qin is clearly running out of time. Day tells the girl that she's a pleasure to dialogue with. He likes that. Maybe he'll buy her a glass of wine. Lin thanked and replied that she didn't want to. If he had nothing else to say, she would go. Day got angry and said that the prince asked her for a glass of wine and she refused. Why is she being so disrespectful to him? Lin replied that she was very busy. Day told her to just have a drink and go about her business. Lin agreed and took a drink. At that moment, Day was greatly relieved, for the girl had fallen into his trap. Lin started to leave and said goodbye to His Majesty, but Day said he wasn't sure if she could leave. Lin asked him what he meant by that. She had already drunk the wine, but suddenly she began to feel pain and felt that her body was powerless. Lin asked the prince, did he do it? Day replied not to worry her, he didn't poison her. He just added some things to make it turn out like this. Lin told the prince he was nothing. She told him if he touched her, her father would tear this palace apart. Day said that if her father wanted to start a riot, his father would handle it. It's not his job. All he wants is just her. Lin yelled at this point for him to stay away from her. Day lost his temper and was saying that he was no longer willing to endure. Lin was scared very badly and covered her face with her hands, screaming for Su to help her. Su burst in and opened the door with his feet. Day was surprised to turn around, because it was that lousy guy. Su swooped down on her and asked how dare he touch her? He punched Day with his fist and told him to get the hell out of here. Su asked Lin if she was okay. The girl replied that the guy was here and she knew he was coming. Su asked the girl, did he poison her? He immediately went to the prince and told him to meet his death. He told Su that he can't kill him. He is the Prince of Qin. If he kills him, his army will come after him. But Su disobeyed him and cut his head open. Yao told the prince, how dare he touch her master's girlfriend? He should die, and asked the master what she should do next. Su replied that there was nothing else for her to do but to be a teacher in Qin, and ordered her that she should kill the Qin royal family immediately. Yao replied that it would be carried out. Su brought Lin to the room and used his powers to heal her. He said he finally used his inner strength to drain all the poison out of her body. Lin replied to the guy that he was still not feeling well. Su said that was strange, the effects of the poison should have gone away too. Lin hugged brother Su and said that it looked like his strength couldn't help her. Let her use something else to help her. Su asked with a smile, something else? He had been honest and proud his whole life, he wouldn't use it. Lin said in response that she felt very bad. Su replied that it was good. He couldn't sit on the sidelines and watch her suffer, and to completely rid his body of the poison and thus save her. Sacrificing a little of his innocence wouldn't be too critical. Su said to Ms. Lin to forgive him. The girl actually knew that the master was a gentleman. But this is the only way where she can get what she desires. Su stood up and said that he had done a good job of curing Yuluo. The medicine was too strong. It was surprising that she was so active in serving it. Lin came to her senses and jumped up and asked where she was. Su said with surprise that she was awake. How is she feeling? He asked. Lin replied that it was excellent. Su asked with a smile, honestly? The girl said it was as if she had received a blow to the head and couldn't remember what had happened earlier. Su said, well then he'll tell her everything in detail. She was poisoned and he gave her some of his innocence to save her. Lin covered his mouth and said that it was enough for her to know that he had saved her. The rest didn't matter. It wasn't worth talking about. She didn't blame him for that? Lin replied that he wanted to save her. How could she blame him for that? And he would never do such a thing, but this was a special case. Su said it was strange. Didn't she have memory lapses? He asked. How come the words match what he said before? Lin asked with a smile. Really? She doesn't remember anything after all. What a coincidence. And she is grateful to Brother Su for saving her. If it wasn't for him, she fears, she wouldn't be in this world anymore. Su said she was his girlfriend. He wouldn't let anyone hurt her. He helped her take revenge. From that moment on, the Qin royal family no longer existed. Lin asked him with surprise. Did he destroy Qin? Su asked. Does she want him to do that? Lin replied that no. The Qin clan is cruel and evil, making Qin people unhappy and dissatisfied. Death is not enough. She's just worried that the Qin kingdom without a master will be a bundle of fire to make the people's lives even more torturous. Su said for her not to worry. Qin won't be hit by a wave of house. Her father has arrived. Lin asked in surprise. Her father came back from the border? Yao met the king and said that her daughter would come soon. General Qin, Lin Su asked. Where is her daughter? Lin jumped out and shouted happily to her father. Su said that freak, what did that freak do to her? Lin replied that everything is fine. She was saved by Su Chun. Su asked the general, how does the life extension pill work? Su kneeled down and said that he welcomed Prince Su and said that he treated him well and saved her daughter. From that moment on, his family and 100,000 soldiers under his command. The soldiers immediately said that they promised to serve Prince Su until the grave. Su told the general to stand up. He would be grateful to him if there was a stable situation in Qin. Su said that he would definitely justify Prince Su's trust. The guy replied that it's great, and told Yao to help the general at first, and when things become stable, let him return to the Dragon Kingdom. Yao turned to the master and said that this was a technique taken from Qin Ju Shi. Su took it and said with surprise that it was Xian Bing's technique. He thought that this seemed to be a preserved version of Tai Xian Yin's technique. Here comes the fourth technique obtained. Lin asked Su, is he going to the Dragon Kingdom? Can she go there with him? Su replied that no, he needed to go into the Ning realm. And when he returned from there, he would take her with him to the Dragon Kingdom and make her his. Lin said that she would be waiting for him. Su replied that he was counting on them. When he returns, the borders of the south will be his. Su went to the mountains and began to train. He was learning new techniques that he would need in the future. He opened his eyes and said that finally, the balance between Qi Xian Yin and the power of flame had finally been achieved. He didn't expect the Xian Yin Qi generated by developing this Ice Xian technique into a Tai and Xian Yin technique. Of course, surprisingly, there was a conflict with the dragon flame power generated by the dragon blood hegemony skill. Su said that it was not surprising that in so many years, no one had ever successfully mastered the 5 secret techniques. If he didn't have the skill points to improve both methods to the maximum level to achieve balance right now, the years and flames would further last. He's afraid that his body won't be able to withstand it. Su came to his senses and said that he had already learned 4 methods. There was still a little more to go. He would continue on his way, straight across the desert to Ning. But suddenly he saw a lake and stopped abruptly. Su immediately noticed that there was a girl in the lake. She's unbelievable. How dare she bathe in a place like this? What if someone sees her? But no. He'll just go and watch to make sure no one comes near her. Su hid in the bushes and realized that she wouldn't see him here. He would be watching. And let her turn around. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see the man standing behind her. Su looked after her and told her all the time to turn around a little more. But suddenly he covered his mouth with his hands and thought, why did he make that sound? The girl turned around abruptly and asked who is here? Su answered the girl, so she wouldn't misunderstand him. He didn't want to make any noise. She immediately used her powers and attacked, saying that he was a pervert. Su was surprised and said it was like the moon covered in clouds, like floating like a tailwind of returning snow. The girl attacked him with her spear and said that the pervert capable of poetry should die too. Su said that apparently he had made her angry, in which case he wouldn't hide. She's at the top of the heavenly realm. The girl told the guy she wouldn't rest until he was dead, and informed him that they would see each other in hell. At this moment, Su used his dog and applied it as a defense for his body. The girl was surprised and asked him how dare he use a human as a shield. Su took him aside and said that he was not hiding from her. The girl replied that this person didn't get a single scratch from her punch. Such a powerful physical body. Is this Meng Zhuzhou? Su was surprised and asked, did she know him? The girl replied that she didn't think someone like him could defeat him. So he's not of a weak order. And that's what she would tell him if he did her a favor. She would pretend that peeping in the shower never happened. Su replied that if she needed him to do something, just let him say so. His health is extremely good, so just apologize. The girl asked what did she care what kind of health he had there. She was lost. Let him guide her to the man. Under orders she must kill him. Su asked who does she want to kill. He will kill him for her. There isn't a single person he hasn't defeated in the southern borders. The girl replied that he was in the Dragon Kingdom and needed to kill Su Cheng. The guy was very surprised and asked who? The girl said apparently he knows him. Let him take her to him. Su asked, let her tell him who her master is? He thought, why do they all want to kill him? He doesn't like it. The girl told him, just so he doesn't faint when she says her master's name. And her master's name is Xian Kuan. He is the number 1 in the world. Su asked in surprise, is he her master? Then why did he ask to kill Su Cheng? The girl replied, how would he know what her master has in mind? He will do what he says. Now have him take her to Su Cheng. If he doesn't, she will gouge his eyes out for peeping at her. Su said okay, he has no choice. He will take her to the Dragon Kingdom for her to find him there. But he can't go now. He has business in another kingdom. Would she be willing to go with him? The girl asked why should she go somewhere with him. She doesn't have time for that. Su said he'll be in a flash, it will take 2 days at most, and then he'll take her to Su Cheng. Or is she afraid that Su Cheng will run away? The girl replied that was right. As long as he was in the southern borders, he couldn't escape from her. Here he is about the same thing. The girl agreed and replied that she would go with him. The guy saw that it was so easy to fool her. Su told her to introduce herself because he didn't know her name. The girl replied that her name was Yi Bei Bei. Master said that when he picked her up she was wrapped up in a boat. So she decided to take that name. But what's the guy's name? The guy replied that his name was Hikara Su, but could just call him Hikara. Bei asked with surprise, Hikaru? Su said for her to go to Ning with him. Bei was surprised and asked him, is he going to take him back to Ning? Su asked, is that where he's from? How does she know that? Bei replied that of course she knows. All the masters of the southern borders have told her. Meng Suzhou was the first master of Ning 100 years ago. Then he went to the Eastern Sea. He came back as a madman and became a murderer. He was recently released. Su asked if she knew why his body was physically well developed. It was so abrupt that he didn't even have time to ask anything. So it was true that Ning had sent him to kill him. Bei replied that she did not know that. Her master believes that he gained that form while traveling to the Eastern Sea. Su asked with surprise, the East Sea? Are there any secrets there? Bei asked the guy that he wishes to know the secret and get the same powerful body. Su replied that of course every man wishes for that. Bei asked him why? What's so special about it? Su replied that it has many advantages. When they have a heart-to-heart talk, she will know everything. Suddenly someone shouted that they had found it. As they turned around, they saw someone attacking them and shouted that the purple bamboo island weapon sensor had fallen into his hands. Su thinks with surprise. An island of purple bamboo? A sensor for weapons? Could this be the secret to Meng Zhou's physical body being so strong? Bei swooped in to attack back and told the guy that they were his enemies. Su told her it was dangerous. Bei went over them like a queen and cut two at once. She asked how they did it. Bei asked the guy why he was yelling. Su replied that he just wanted to give her a burst of energy. Su thought that he hadn't had time to react yet, and she had already taken everyone apart. Bei said they were still wimps, so when she kills Su-chun, Su replied to her that it was like that, and thought that after receiving Ning's secret technique, he was heading to their island. Arriving at Ning, Bei asking the guy that this is a collection of scriptures, right? But what's the guy doing here? Su replied that he just likes to study. He doesn't have any other hobbies other than that. Let her help him, she can protect this building. And no one needs to enter, and when he is done, he will show her where Su-chun is. Bei said she understood everything and let her learn. She won't let anyone in. Su smiled and replied. Su climbed into the building and seeing the book said that, as expected, this place stored the secret techniques of the main realms. It seems that this is the last technique, and it's called Heavenly Kung Fu. And immediately, the system popped up and said that it congratulates the host for getting a new technique, Celestial Kung Fu. Su rejoiced and ordered the system to have him pump it to the max. The system came out again and notified him that Heavenly Kung Fu progression to the origins of the heaven-turning technique. Full level 1,500 levels. Su said that everything is ready. The only thing left to do was to see if what the ancestor said was true, turning the heavens pumped to the max. The system immediately said that the heavens turn was pumped to the maximum. Su rejoiced and said that in that case, he would cultivate it into a technique that had been forgotten for 2,000 years. It would be seen by the world again. And used fusion. At that time, everything began to connect to one and all. And the energy was so strong that the light was visible at the other end of the world. Bei saw this bright light and thought, what is he studying there? Such a crazy sound. But all of a sudden, she saw that there was thunder in the clear sky. At this time in the Shao realm, the ringleader went outside and saw that the sky was covered with heavenly thunder. He wondered, is this the birth of a solid foundation on the southern border? On Sangman Mountain, the dragon was surprised and asked how could this happen? Had someone managed to do this? He had failed the mission. But one of the heads of the strongest countries also saw it and said that this martial art method had finally appeared in the world. Bei spoke at this moment. He has no idea what Hikaru did there for him to get the heavenly power of divine punishment. But he asked her to protect him. She must do it, even if the opponent is stronger than him. But suddenly she saw someone, and to her, it seemed suspicious. Bei said that only through her corpse, it would go all the way to Hikaru. Su used the scriptures of the sacred collection inside. The system came out and said that it congratulated the master for obtaining the god-level skill, 5 kills of heavenly punishment. The system said that the 5 killing heavens was a heavenly divine art created by saints that could kill humans, demons, gods, and all things after being cultivated. Su raised his fist and said that it worked. He had restored the heavenly punisher. And killing all creatures is truly overpowering. This is a technique that is worthy of him, but since it's a divine-level technique, he thinks its improvement will be expensive. Suddenly he saw that he had just under 700,000 points, just enough to upgrade to level 1. And apparently he needs to find more points. 1 million isn't enough. And decided that he would upgrade to level 1. Maybe to get to the fundamental stage 1 would be enough. Su told the system to raise the 5 skills of the punishing sky by 1 level. The system got very excited and did the order. The system immediately said that Master Su Chang had spent 300,000 points, improving the heavenly punishment to level 1. This is the power and he could feel it flowing within him. The kingdom of the foundation let him receive it. The system replied that Su Chen's qualifications were insufficient. His blood power and talent potential had been depleted, and he could not break through to the realm. Su asked with surprise, is he not fit? The system started laughing and replied that she was laughing until she fell, and embrace his talented young man. But the host does not deserve it. Su got really angry and punched him with his fist, telling him to shut up and said that he didn't know he wasn't qualified. Apparently you have to upgrade your skills to get through there. He remembers that bone marrow can enhance skills. Suddenly, he heard a girl outside yelling to someone. He was greatly surprised and thought she was helping him with a thunderstorm. Bei climbed onto the building and with her blade screamed into the sky for him to appear. Thunder immediately started flashing lightning. Bei smiled and said that was better. She went at her with her blade without fear, but in a moment she realized she couldn't stop it. Grabbed her and told her he was very grateful to her. Bei was surprised and told the guy to be careful, that thunder is very incredibly powerful. Su replied that she shouldn't be afraid. He's right there with her. Su used his powers against the thunder, and Bei was greatly surprised. The guy told the girl that he could to her since that thunder could hurt her. Su took hold of Bei and used the punishment of heaven, and went to fight the thunder. Su believed in his strength, and easily destroyed that thunder. Bei was greatly surprised and couldn't believe in her eyes how he was able to overpower her. Su came down to the ground with her and said that was it. He asked the girl how she was feeling. Bei replied that there's a small wound on her arm, but it's nothing. All in all, it's fine. Su told the girl that he owed her. Bei asked him to take her to the Dragon Kingdom to Su-chun as a token of his gratitude. Su replied that of course he would take her without any doubt. She was protecting him with her body, he owed it to her. Bei got embarrassed and said that no, he's still doing a big thing for her and she helped him out a little. Su replied that not much, if his health permits, he will try to give her more back. Emperor Ning Guaningchuan and his men came up to him and said that they welcomed Mr. Su. Su covered Bei's mouth and said, "It's a healing pill. Let her heal her wounds first. He has some things to discuss here." Bei asked the guy why he just shoved it in. She wasn't ready yet. Su walked up to the man and asked, "Is he Emperor Ning?" Ning bowed and replied that it was him. Su threw Mei Suzhou's body and asked, "Is he from his realm?" Ning told Lord Su to spare him. He wasn't himself when he sent him at him. He was wrong, let the Lord show mercy. Su said that he would spare him, but first let him answer his question, and then he would think of what to do with him. What was the reason he went crazy? Ning replied that he knew. Mei Suzhou was a general of the Ning Kingdom, but then he was sent by the past ruler to Purple Bamboo Island in the Eastern Sea to find a cure. After his return, he went crazy and became an assassin. Purple Bamboo Island? Are those people from that island, is he right? Ning replied that yes, they are. They have the Purple Island patch. Su told the man to tell everything he knew about this island. Ning replied that it was 10,000 kilometers away in the Eastern Sea. He did not know the details, and he had only heard that there is a sect of cultivators there called the Cast Sword Pavilion on Purple Bamboo Island. They are good at weapon improvements, and their master is above the heavenly level. He is unrealistically strong. Su immediately thought about Ning's words about above the level of the heavens, and thought that it seemed to be the same as creating the foundation of Shen Shui Jiao. Ning said that it is said that besides the pavilion master, the Foundry Sword Pavilion has 7 experts at the peak of the heaven realm, known as the 7 sons of the Foundry Sword. Not only are they strong, but each of them is an expert in weapon refinement. Su asked with astonishment, "Master Armorer? Could it be that Meng Xiuzhou's flesh is so powerful and related to weapon refinement?" Ning replied that he doesn't know, all he knows is. Su realized that he had cultivated the Heaven Punisher. But if he even now went and challenged Shen Shui Jiao, it would be hard to tell whether he would win or not. And if his body became as strong as Meng Xiuzhou's, the chances of him winning would increase many times over. It looks like he needs to go to this island. Su told the little man that for answering honestly, he would pretend that there was no attempt to kill him, taking civilian and military officials and traveling to the Dragon Kingdom to beg his brother to surrender. Su asked the girl if she had recovered. After all, it was already time for them to embark on their journey to the Eastern Sea. Bei was surprised and asked why would she go there? Didn't he say he would take her to Su-chun? Or was he taking back his words? Su said that if she wants to fight Su-chun with her current strength, she will probably die. Therefore, he wants her to become stronger. Bei asked with surprise, will die? Su-chun is that strong? Is the guy stronger than him? Su replied no. Su-chun is too strong. He's not even worthy of his shadow. Bei was surprised and asked how could this be? After all, Hikaru had defeated the divine thunder. If he couldn't, she couldn't. Su took her hand and told them to go. They would get stronger and then defeat him. Bei didn't refuse and went with him. Bei reflected at this moment that if it wasn't for a kind person like Hikaru, she would have been dead a long time ago. Su told the girl that they had been flying for a long time and suggested that she stop at this island. Coming down to the island, Bei said she wasn't tired. and suggested flying to the bamboo island to get stronger. Su replied that she has healed the wounds. He's afraid they will open up because they strain a lot. Bei said she's long since gotten over that little injury, and even the most serious injuries will quickly heal themselves under the influence of her powerful method. Su decided to talk about self-regeneration and asked what technique could be so powerful. Bei was surprised and asked what he wanted her to do. Su replied that it was nothing, he was just wondering what technique she practiced. Could she tell? Bei replied that the master told her that she was born with the technique, it was already in her head. She can't just tell others. And furthermore, it's a different technique and he won't be able to cultivate it even if she tells her how. Su said he understood. She's just afraid he can overpower her. That's why she doesn't tell him anything. Right? Bei got angry and replied that no, and it is called the diagram of immortality, and the first level of the technique involves more than 30 meridians and more than 2,000 acupuncture points on the human body. An ordinary person simply cannot master it. Su said he wouldn't repeat it to her until she told him what to do. He was sure she was harm. He realized that sounds really hard. But she is an unusual person, he has a system. Bei replied that she wasn't lying. And now she would tell him and he would see for himself. Immediately she put her hand on his head. The system immediately told the guy to congratulate the master for comprehending a new technique. Diagram immortality skill type growth. There is no limit as long as the bearer's strength is strong. This skill can grow into a god-level skill. Su was surprised and realized that this technique was a bit interesting. There was no limit to its enhancement. Could be upgraded endlessly. So he decided to upgrade it. The system said acupuncture points, 100,000 skill points per point, were required to improve the immortality chart. Su asked with surprise, does it need 100,000 points? He realized that there were more than 2,000 such points, which meant that he needed 20 million points to get them. But he has less than 4 million points left. An outcast who can't get rid of his sister-in-law. The method looks amazing. He's sure he won't regret it. He'll leave 100,000 skill points for emergencies. I'll pour the rest all into acupuncture points. And then the system popped up and said that he was congratulating the master for raising his life evolution level, doubling his life expectancy to 60 years, and receiving a 10,000 skill point award. Su thought, what is this heaven-defying technique that actually has an inhibitive power for the evolution of life? It doubles his lifespan. But unfortunately, his original lifespan was 30 years, but now it's 60. Bei asked the guy how he knew she wasn't lying. Su replied that it was difficult, but he cultivated this technique. A sword made of fish intestines. Bei was surprised and asked. Su immediately ordered the sword to slash his arm and slashed. Bei was surprised and asked him what he was doing. In a moment, his wound began to draw back and heal. Bei was very surprised and couldn't believe it. Bei asked him, did he cultivate this technique in the blink of an eye? Su replied that he was a genius who was born once in a million years. There isn't a single technique that he hasn't learned. How is this possible? Your teacher said that this immortal and indestructible diagram runs along a very strange meridian. Not every person can successfully cultivate it. Why does he feel like she's calling him non-human? Isn't she herself like that? Is he not human anymore either? Bei replied that she swam out of the sea. Her master said she had unusual meridians. Perhaps she is not quite human. Su was surprised, for he didn't expect that such a little girl could have such interesting roots. It seemed to bother her a lot. Su told the girl not to worry. She's a real person. There's no need to worry about it. Su said that he believed her parents were very strong, so she was born with unusual meridians. Bei asked with surprise. Su replied that of course he had studied the technique, and he was sure he was 100% human, so she was human too. Bei told the guy she was relieved. She'd always thought she was a demon, always afraid that evil would awaken in her. Su thought about it and realized that actually, it would be very much to the point. Bei asked him, what did he say? Su replied that it was nothing like that. They were almost rested, they could continue their journey. And immediately they took off. On Bamboo Island, the purple commander was beating the workers and yelling at them to work faster. They wouldn't get dinner tonight, but suddenly one of the servants fell down and could not move. He was without strength and very old. The commander got angry and started yelling that he was an old stump. Let him not pretend. It's time to get up and work. The old man replied that he could not move. The commander started beating him and saying that he was lazy and talking. Apparently, only by force could he be made to work. But suddenly a boy stood up in defense and told him not to be his grandfather. He is very tired. Let them give him a break, he will rest quickly. The commander said they are lazy slaves, what rest do they get? They were born with one purpose, to work for them, for the rest of their lives. And who authorized his suspension? Get back to work, or he'll kill him too, along with his grandfather. The boy replied that his grandfather was tired. Let him give him an hour or he will die of exhaustion. The commander asked that he wouldn't go, and then if he wants to rest, let him enjoy the rest to the fullest, and decided to beat up this boy too. But the boy was very frightened and closed his eyes and asked him not to do it. But suddenly Sue grabbed his arm at the last moment and prevented him from beating the boy. The commander was surprised. Sue said that the old man and the child wanted to rest and he wanted to beat them to death. The commander asked him who he was, how dare he invade the purple bamboo island, and sensed that the guy had a terrifying aura. Sue replied that if the purple bamboo island is such a purgatory on earth, then he would become a god. The commander asked the guy, is he an enemy of the purple bamboo island? And started yelling and asking for help. But Sue didn't play with him for long and slapped his hand on his head. He said they'd start with him. Bei said that Hikaru managed to jump up to her and killed him, but she was the one who had to do it. And unfortunately people can't come back from the world of the dead, or she'd kill him again. Sue lifted up the old man and asked how he was feeling. The old man replied that he was fine and thanked the boy for saving them. The boy got excited too and thanked the guy for saving them, and said that he was so strong he killed him with one blow. Sue replied that it was nothing, and asked them how they belonged to this island. The old man replied that they didn't. They were all taken by the Foundry Sword sect. Sue asked, how many people are there in captivity here? The old man replied that the maximum number was more than 2,000 people. Some died of exhaustion and some were killed. At the moment, there were less than 1,000 left here. Sue was surprised and said more than half are dead. This sect deserves to die. But the old man was afraid for his life and told him to run. After all, the supreme immortals from the Foundry Sword sect would be arriving soon. He had saved them and killed one of them. They wouldn't just let him go. Sue asked, are they worthy of being called immortals? They're just a bunch of bastards who aren't even worthy of being called humans. Let them come as they are and save him from having to fight them one by one. Suddenly someone came and asked who had the audacity to break into his Foundry Sword sect. Sue turned around and said that it looked like they had already arrived. And it couldn't be. The 7 sons of the Foundry Sword are here. The old man told the boy to obey and run away before it was too late. Sue replied to his grandfather not to worry. Everything is under control. Sue told Bei that he was leaving them to her. The girl got excited and replied that it was finally time to have some fun. To eradicate evil is her job. Bei showed her aura and said that she would present justice to destroy them. The old man seeing this said, this is Miss. She is terribly powerful. She will be able to defeat them better than simple. Bei decided to take action and exterminate each one after the other. In the moment, one of the sons was lost and crushed. As he fell, he asked how this was possible. Bei said they were a bunch of scum. The old man was surprised and said she was stronger than all of them put together. Sue counted to 6 and asked, there were 6 in total? Wasn't there 7? Where was the other one left? Just then a guy appeared in front of Sue and asked, is he the one looking for him? Sue replied that that's where he was. He thought the boy was scared. The guy said killing 6 of them already says a lot about them. Let him tell us their names. And his name is Su Qingfeng. Sue told the guy that he could still pretend. He wondered if he would dare to take his punch. Feng used his shield and said that he was ready for anything. He had completely mastered the Heaven Realm, plus he had personally created a middle-grade golden light shield weapon. Even the Foundation Realm wouldn't be able to break through his defense with a single strike. Sue replied that it seemed like he wanted everyone to know how strong he was. In that case, let him prepare to receive. Feng was prepared for anything and told Sue to act. Even if he dealt him 10 know-what blows, there was no way he would break his defense. Sue pounced on him with his fire attack and said let Feng not regret agreeing later. Facing Feng's defense, Sue used even more power, and the guy was greatly surprised by it. Sue went entirely through his defense and hit right at the guy who decided to show off. How is that possible? It's too embarrassing. Sue replied that it wasn't the fact that he didn't punch him in the face. It was because he had taken an oath not to let others behave so crazily in his presence. Bei asked Hikaru if he was really stupid enough to let him hit him. Su replied that maybe it was a master's assignment. Bei asked, "Master's assignment, what is it?" Su replied that he will teach her well when she has time. People began to say that the 7 sons of the sword were dead. Who were they? Why did they kill them so easily? Since the 7 sons were immortal to them. The boy rejoiced too and said that they had saved them. Their agony had come to an end today. The old man replied that perhaps they would indeed be able to get out of this place alive. Su said that the 7 sons of sword casting are dead. Does that mean their head should come out soon? They also replied that the head isn't afraid to come out. Someone from behind started saying that those who insulted his sword-casting pavilion would die. Su stepped aside and said, "What a terrifying sword aspiration. It seems that the head of this gang is really a strong person who is at the realm of foundation." They looked and told the guy he was over there, and she pointed her finger at the sex mansion. It was the Foundry Pavilion's sword master, Xiao Jin. Su told Bei that he was his. Let her go and save the people on the rest of the island. Bei asked him, can he do it alone? He to the foundation creation stage. Su rushed up and replied that he just wanted to see how strong this cultivation stage was right now. Jen asked the guy had he decided to test him? How should he best describe him, a fool or a brave warrior? Su at the moment of fire attack replied that he would decide himself soon. Jen said he was an arrogant kid. Let him accept his death. And released the barrier. Su immediately used the teleportation technique. Jen was greatly surprised and saw him in front of him and asked how. But Jen used his defense again and said badly. But Su didn't stop and there was a big explosion in the moment. Su stood up and said, just as he expected from a person at the realm of foundation creation. Trying to kill in a few seconds is really unrealistic. Jen told the guy that he didn't realize he was that fast. He caught him by surprise. But it's too naive to try to kill him in a few seconds. This shield was his father's creation, a top-level steel shield from the spiritual pole. Even a human at the base level wouldn't be able to penetrate it, let alone him. But suddenly, Jen's defense cracked and collapsed. Su said that yes, he wouldn't be able to break through that defense, so he just broke his shield. Jen replied that this shield was impossible to break. Even his father couldn't break it, and he was at the 3rd foundation level. How did he manage it? He's only at the heavenly realm after all. Does he want to know who he is? Let him listen then. He's his grandfather. Can his grandson hear him? Jen pulled out his blade in anger and told the guy not to touch his grandfather, and he would pay for it. Jen immediately swooped down to attack the guy with his blade. Su smiled at this and asked, surely this is the full might of the foundation realm? Let the old man show what he can do. Su punctured his attack with his fist and abruptly retracted, saying that indeed powerful, the middle heaven realm was estimated to be directly overwhelmed, not to mention blocked. Jen replied to the guy that he was just gold. Being at this level, he was able to parry his attack. But the heaven realm didn't change in any way. He had already been injured by 1 strike. How many more times would he be able to block his father's sword? Su replied to him not to worry, he was in full health. Jen immediately let out a few sword strikes in the distance and turned them into a blade, telling the guy to die. Su said that since he would learn how to punish the heavens, he was destined to go against the heavens. Killing his creature foundations is his first step to rebelling against heaven, and shouted loudly to the old man to attack already. But suddenly Bei saw a different sky and was scared for Hikaru. Jen said that those 3 blows were very powerful. Even a person with a cultivation level like his father wouldn't be able to withstand them. This kid must have all his bones broken by now. He told the guy that dying from a man like him was better. What could await him in this life? Su replied that he would ask, is this the transition of his foundry sword pavilion? Jen was surprised and asked what he was talking about. Su replied that he just hadn't seen anything that stood out yet. Bei saw Hikaru and said he scared her. The boy yelled to his grandfather to watch too. Their savior is in perfect health. Jen asked the guy how did he stay alive. Su asked him, is he blind? How can he say he's fine when he has such scratches on him? Su realized that if it wasn't for Bei's immortality diagram and recovery ability, he was afraid that he would have been seriously injured by those 3 swords. Jen at this moment was thinking, where did this guy come from? And suddenly, he flew away. After all, he can't fight against him. Otherwise, he would lose the battle. Su asked him where he was running to, and decided to use teleportation, and in a moment was in front of him saying he wanted to run away after all he'd said. Jen was surprised and said that it was that technique again. Su was making an attack and said that he didn't even feel the battle juice. Jen realized that he wouldn't throw the guy off that easily and drew his sword to defend himself. But Su didn't stop and launched a strong attack. Jen said that the cultivation of a heaven realm kid could be powerful. He could fight an opponent like him. He recognizes that he is a genius. He wouldn't be able to defeat him even with such strength. If they continued fighting, both of them would fall. He will not pursue him for invading the Purple Bamboo Island. Su said the old man wouldn't chase him. But he will. He stole over 2,000 people, right? And thousands of lives were ruined. Isn't that his actions? Su asked this to Jen and threw his punches. And looking at this, the old man thinks that he will stop this fight. But suddenly Jen's sword suddenly broke. In a moment of defense, Jen was surprised and said that his best quality sword was destroyed. Su replied that the best spiritual weapons were better than just the best. Took 4 strikes, the next strike would crush him. Jen had already decided to act differently and told the guy that he wasn't that weak. Don't let him think that he caught him off guard. Su immediately aimed his attack at him, and in the moment of impact, he collided with his hand and shattered his bone. Jen marveled at his broken arm and asked how was this possible? His arm was made of blood-purified iron. How did he break it? Su said that cultivators like him who rely on objects are insignificant, and those who are strong on their own, even if they are mortals, they can resist the gods. Jen answered him to spare him. Let him atone for his sins. Su stabbed him with his hands and said only a chance of death, and for him to go and atone for the sins of those he ruined. Maybe they'll give him a second chance. Jen was completely bloodied and said in parting that he couldn't believe he died like this. The old man said they had won. Grandpa, their savior, had prevailed. He knew it would end this way. Su told all the slaves that from that day on they were free. The people began to rejoice and shout that their brother had saved them. After 5 years, they could finally go home. Su told the people that he wasn't worth such thanks. But suddenly he felt sick and expended too much energy. He immediately passed out and started falling. People saw their hero falling and were scared for him. Bei shouted to Hikaru and jumped after him to save his life. After catching the guy, she asked him if he was okay. Bei asked the guy where he was shot. Su replied that he was fine. He just overdid it a little bit. Su said for her to let him go. He never thought he would be held in the arms of a girl. Bei was surprised and asked what was wrong with him. Su replied that as a man, before all the strength is drained out of him, he has to be toned up. That's his principle. Bei told the guy that maybe he really is a very nice person. Su calmed down and replied that she would thank him later. She didn't kill all those sons, did she? There's something he needs to ask them, and said that she would bring it over now. She immediately threw it in front of Hikaru's feet and told him to ask. The boy started asking Su to spare him. Su said it was up to him whether he would die or not. Su asked the guy if he knew this person. The guy replied that he was the weapon vessel of their sword-casting pavilion. Su asked, what does that mean? Why was he going crazy? The guy replied that the so-called weapon vessel was the use of a special liquid spiritual ore, which is injected into a cultivator's body, using his blood and flesh bones as a container to cultivate spiritual ore. The spiritual ore will absorb chi and blood to grow, and when it is removed after ripening, it will turn into blood-refining fine iron that can be used to cast yoke-quality spiritual weapons. Bei was surprised and asked, what was using living people to cultivate spiritual ore? Su said it was cruel of them. The boy replied that he had nothing to do with it. It's all because of his master, it's all his fault. He's just a little bug, he wasn't involved. Su said that meant he also didn't know how to recover the tripod, right? The guy replied that honestly, he didn't know. Su showed his strength and said then he was useless, and punched him in the head with his hand. Su told Bei to mobilize all the workers to search the Purple Island inside and out. He wouldn't let anyone from the sword-casting pavilion escape, and if he finds it, let him kill it without remorse. Bei replied that she agreed. Let him leave it to her. She will eradicate this inhuman clan. Bei was watching everything and said that everyone is getting on the ship. Don't push. There's plenty of room for everyone. People were happy and said that it was finally time for everyone to leave this horrible place. 3 whole years had passed. Now they were going home, but suddenly Bei saw the enemy and rushed after him. The guy was screaming at her not to kill him. He was forced to join them, he's innocent. Bei said everyone in that pavilion was guilty, and told the kid to die, and stabbed the blade into his chest. Su said that this sword pavilion still had a lot of fish in the net. It looks like Bei will be busy for a while longer, and in that case, he would use this time to let Meng Xiuzhou come to his senses. He immediately touched the guy and used the divine patterning technique, and then he thought that according to the blood-refining iron cultivation method of Xiao Jian's storage ring, once the cleansing blood is parasitized in the flesh and blood, it will be difficult to separate, and if it is forcibly separated, the toolpot will be injured or even die. In Main's case, it is estimated that the whole man is blood-purifying iron. Trying to get all the blood-purifying iron out of this body is almost impossible. A little carelessness and he would definitely die. But the good thing was that he didn't need to extract all the blood-refining essence iron from his body. He would just protect his brain with the divine pattern technique, and then extract the blood-refining essence iron from his brain, and he would regain his sanity, and thus his strength and strong body could also be preserved, and could serve as a qualified human shield in the future. Su said it was fine, his technique would protect his brain and consciousness. Then the blood-refining iron, let it come out of his body. Su got it out of his body and said that was it. He decided that he would melt it into a fish gut sword and see what would come of it. The guy came to his senses and asked where he was. Su was surprised and asked him if he was awake yet. Su asked Meng if he could hear him. The guy started looking around and asked where he was. And who is this guy? Su said that it seemed to have worked out, and introduced himself by saying that he was from the Dragon Kingdom, and now they were on the Purple Bamboo Island, and were about to return to the southern borders. Meng was surprised and asked that he was on this island again, and the matter is bad. He has to run away soon or he will be taken away. Su replied that everyone who could take him was already dead, so let him not run like that. Meng was surprised and asked, how is this possible? He's at the foundation realm and the guy is only at the top of the heavenly realm. Su replied that he wouldn't have been able to give him his sanity back if he hadn't killed him. Mech told the guy that he had actually killed Xiao Jian. Su used his strength and showed his dead body. Su said that he is like a speck of dust to him. Soon the whole southern border will be in his hands. And Meng is very strong. Doesn't he want to join him and take over the south? Meng replied that if even Xiao Jian couldn't stop him, then no one in the south could compare to him. In his mind, he realized that he didn't know this guy. What if he wanted to use him as well as Xiao Jian? The people shouted to the savior and said they were all on Bertu. Let him come to them. Meng was surprised and asked what? The people shouted to the liberator to come in to see them. They made him tea, and for him to let them give him a shoulder massage. Meng asked the guy, did he save them all? Su replied that was correct. And Meng introduced himself and said that he would serve him until the day he died. Su smiled and asked, so right away? Meng replied that firstly, he saved him, secondly, he saved these mortals, which means he wants to take over the southern border for the good of the cause. And he is a kind and generous man. It is an honor to serve him. Su was surprised and told the general to stand up. But Meng replied that his life was in his hands from now on. Bei came in and approached the guy. Su saw her and said it looks like she did it all, great job. The girl replied that it was easy. She didn't even use 10% of his strength. The guy replied that luckily for him, Lord Su saved him. Guy asked Su who is that girl. Su replied that he could call her lady. Meng immediately introduced himself and addressed her as madam. Bei slapped Su and asked who his wife was. Su told the girl that it was to erect her authority. He's a lord and she's a lady. Because when her name is called, it doesn't look good. Bei said there is something to it, but she feels like she is taking advantage of it. Su replied that no, she is not. Su said enough talking. She and the general let them climb aboard. Bei asked the guy where's he going. Su replied that he had something to do. People asked why the savior wasn't on board. What is he going to do? Su said that this island is small, but it brought back their horrible memories. He doesn't want them to go out and be haunted by this nightmare. So today he will eradicate the root cause of this nightmare for them. People asked in astonishment what the hell was going on. Su immediately sent his fire attack into the house with his speed. Su lit everything to the ground and said that from now on, there was no more Purple Island in the Eastern Sea. People started shouting that that was it. The Purple Bamboo Island no longer existed. It's their savior. He wiped this cursed place off the face of the earth. Bei at this time was non-stop saying that Hikaru was so cool, handsome, and hot. Meng replied that mighty and strong. He's with the right man. Su went down on deck and said that was it. It was time to swim out. The people cheered and shouted that they were going home. A few hours later, the people saw land and said the shore was on the horizon. 5 years later, they were back. Meng asked the Lord ahead of Ning, right? Su replied that yes, this is his home kingdom. But King Ning lost to him. The old Ning will be no more. Meng turned to him and said he had a request. Su asked, did he want to stand up for King Ning? He needs to know that he used him but sent him for his head. But he decided to spare him. Meng replied that no, he would not protect him. It's just that he wants to go back to his homelands first. After all, he was without his mind for so long. And now he is healthy and wants to see if his friends and family still live. Su replied that's fine, he has 1 month to do everything. After that, let him come to the Dragon Kingdom and find him. Let him help these mortals and see to it that they live without torment. Meng said he wouldn't fail. Su asked Bei, does she have any plans? The girl replied that of course. He would go to the Dragon Realm to get Su Chen's head. Meng was surprised and asked, Su Cheng's head? Bei told Hikaru to hurry up and take her there. Otherwise, they were already delayed. Su actually thought that this little girl had already forgotten about wanting to kill him. Meng told my lord. She doesn't know? Su replied to let him say that to him. Su asked Bei what was the reason her master wanted to kill Su Chun. Did Su Cheng offend him in some way? Bei replied that her master has a great grudge against him. He destroyed her master's place, and it was sort of Emperor Zhao who asked her master to kill Su Cheng, and her master owed him, so he agreed. And that's when Boy understood everything perfectly. Su asked, what if she couldn't kill him, what would she do? He knew in his head that Zhao Rongying wanted to kill him, which meant that he was already set against him. Bei replied that she didn't think about it. She thinks she can handle it after all these events. If Su Chun is not on his level, she thinks she can beat him. Su realized that he could no longer keep her deluded, and said that to be honest his real name was Su Chun, the one she intended to kill. Bei was surprised and asked, is he Su Chun? Is he really joking? The guy replied that no, it's true. Bei told Hikaru that he was like that. Su apologized for lying to her all this time. He realizes now she hates him. He even let her hit him a couple times. But that's not what Bei said, that Hikaru is so kind. Su was surprised and asked, what do you mean kind? She's not mad at him? He was deceiving her after all. Bei replied that no, he wasn't lying to her. He was keeping her safe. She was going to kill him. If he didn't lie to her, she would definitely try. But he's so strong, she would definitely lose. He was lying to her for her own good. And then Bei told Su that she had something to tell him. Why would he take over the young frontier? He can just rest and have fun in his palace, right? Su replied that no, for him to be like this for a long time would be detrimental. Bei asked, how so? I mean, he has a lot of money, he can spend it on whatever he wants, he can do whatever he wants. Su replied that she didn't understand the hard work of being a man. Does she really want to live like that? Sooner or later, he will leave the southern border. And if so, why shouldn't she become the first empress of the south? Bei replied that it would be wrong. After all, he was the one who freed the border, and she would never surpass him in strength. From her would only be trouble. Su said that if she didn't want to be an empress, he could offer another option to fulfill her dream. Bei got curious and asked what was the option, and suggested that she become his princess. Bei asked in surprise, what? And then they came to the dragon realm of Hong Xiu's palace. Su told the girl to wait here for a while. He wanted to surprise his mother. The girl replied that she agreed. Su thought her mom said that last time he came without his sister-in-law. And now they'll see what she says this time. Opening the door, he shouted to his mother that he was home. Bei was surprised that it was so quick. She couldn't believe that she would already be meeting his parents. And when he asked her that question, why did she say yes so quickly? But he's so handsome, strong, and has better qualities of a man. She really likes him, and she wants to marry him. She heard someone shouting that they heard that Su Chun had returned. In a moment, she saw a few girls gathered. Su asked where her mother was. Her favorite child had returned. But then he was asked that if he was back, why make so much noise? His mother immediately appeared and asked him, does he still want to taste her dish? Su replied that yes, he wanted to taste it today. The mother told her son that if he wanted to do it, let him do it himself. A man who cannot bring a bride into the house is not worthy of her dish. Su replied to his mother to be nice to him because he didn't come alone today. The mother asked if he had found someone. Su replied that yes, he had found a bride, and shouted to Bei to come this way and meet his mother. The mother couldn't believe it and asked, is it true? And then Su saw her face and asked if she was surprised. Su said that with her they will eat roast pork tonight. The mother asked her son, is he sure he will pull it? Su asked, what's so hard about eating food? He promises he'll eat it all. The mother replied, that no, it's not about food. It's just here, and pointed her finger. Su said that mother about Bei, yes, she is strong, but he is also experienced in fighting, so don't worry so much. And then she felt that all her ladies had come. The girl said amicably that they salute the master. And they salute Empress Hua. Su wondered and thought, what are they all doing here? This is the end. There won't be any meat today. The mother asked her son what is going on here. Su replied that he had no idea himself. He asked Bei why she called all of them. Bei replied that she didn't call anyone. They came on their own. Yanren told Su to tell her that he's marrying her and she and her sister aren't worthy of him. Let her not forget. She's the first. Qing also turned to the master and said didn't he like sleeping with her. Su replied that he hadn't forgotten about her either. Yao also joined the conversation and asked if it smelled like premature personal service. Su replied that no, everything was fine. Ning decided to speak as well and said that she could take any form he liked. Su asked in a surprised voice. Lin asked the master immediately, doesn't he want to get rid of her poison? Su replied that he really wanted to. Mother realized at once that all those girls were in love with him. Will he have 6 wives at once? Su told the girls that there were so many of them. He's not young anymore, he doesn't have enough strength. And then the mother said she was going to freak out. She was worried that he was without a daughter-in-law, and he had attracted so many girls after him. Su replied to his mother to listen to him. The mother replied that she wasn't going to listen to him. As a man, he should be responsible for his actions. Mother said he cheated on them all, so let him apologize to them himself. Su asked the mother, did she not want him to marry them all at once? Did she think about her son's health? The mother replied that she didn't see what he thought of them. She said that if he didn't satisfy everyone, he was no longer her son. The mother was strongly in that moment and realized in her head that she needed them all. Su asked his mother that she was willing to leave him so easily. Yanran was telling Su to hurry up and make a decision. Who will be her princess? Unexpectedly someone attacked them, and Su sensed it and started to defend the girls. Su protected the girls and headed off to fight thinking who could have attacked them. Yao told the master that it was Shen Shui Jiao. Su smiled and told the dragon that he was just about to find him. He thanked Jiao for helping him. Now he wouldn't have to go to the Sangman Mountain. Now he would kill him and he would no longer be hindered by anyone on the southern border. Jiao got very angry at his words and attacked with his energy. But Su was not afraid and said that he would now see what he, the Foundation founder, the demonic beast, was capable of,